keep that in mind. All right, so we're on live.
Do you want to go outside? And
Yeah, well, can someone talk, and maybe someone go outside, someone check.
I'm gonna go outside.
Okay, and then, I don't hear any feedback.
See,
And
any
how about the
feedback?
witness mic, because that's sometimes how is the witness mic on or off?
It's live, so we just outside.
Let's see, and then
Okay. Just testing, see if Robert can hear us outside on YouTube.
Robert.
At this time, I'd like to move for a directed verdict against the defendant.
That's all.
It's a few little changes.
all right, so, where's she at?
Someone else watching. Oh, watching. It's awesome.
Jump in front of you.
Yeah, if you want to get it fun, you got it. Every time you're talking, you just gotta go over there. So. Yeah, it sounds like the first week. I heard you do a test and you said you were testing the mics. Yes, you did.
No, you don't have to speak in. It's picking up.
It's picking up from the microphone. Oh, okay. The microphone's on the phone.
Can I hold it?
It's very cute to be overmodulated.
You want to talk in the mic real quick? That's 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Test. 1, 2, 3.
Do you want him to come in here or wait up there?
Check.
It's perfect.
This is your intervening.
Yes.
We can just wait or jump in the chair or sit?
Francis, are you ready?
Yeah, what do you want?
Let's
now?
go.
I guess we'll.
Everything's working.
We'll sit there and be like-
All right, for the jury. I just need to have a little bit of a discussion with the jury. Yesterday, I do understand that we live throughout the entire county, and it's difficult for some folks to come to work the way that I thought I would handle well. And then it comes to my attention that there's a juror who actually had a financial penalty and disabilities and actually lost money because we went late. Okay, so I cannot allow. Let me be perfectly clear with the members of the jury. When I said we start at 9, we start at 9 o'clock in the morning. I can start at 8:30 in the morning and Homestead, and it already takes an hour and a half in order for you to get there. If we're going to finish this trial inside of the allotted time, we're going to spend 200 jurors in order to seat this panel. We're going to finish on time, which we must, okay? Because we are back to trials. Everything is scheduled like a train schedule. order for us to get our trials done with this system, then we get a lot of time during the day. We cannot start 30 minutes late every day and finish at the time that we allotted and planned this case. It is outside of my character to speak, firmly, let's call it, with members of my jury. I've never had this issue before. Never. 33rd trial that I have done in criminal and civil, murder cases, all kinds of cases that I've. So I'm ordering the members of the jury to be here before 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. We will start at 9 o'clock in the morning. We can't. Some of the members of the jury are here at 8 o'clock in the morning. Every day, 7:45, one of you is here. Okay? So again, it's not convenient or not. I am requiring you to be here so that we can start on time. Otherwise, we'll not finish on time. And this is a long. The jury understand.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there any member of the jury that cannot comply with this rule? And if so, perhaps there's a good reason. All right, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, even though we have not completed the testimony of Dr. Cummings, who is currently still under process, there is another witness who is going to be called out of turn in order to accommodate their schedule. So the plaintiff is going to call a witness who haven't finished the last witness's testimony. So you may proceed. Thank you.
Good morning. I'll reintroduce myself. I'll take the opportunity to introduce Rod Smith, who's an attorney and member of our team, who'll be helping us and taking witnesses forward. And then finally, the most important, was to stand.
You gotta swear off. Oh, actually, you gotta swear.
The whole truth, nothing but the truth, so I'll do that.
I do. Good morning, Dr. Villa.
Good morning, sir.
I know it's a strange thing. It'll take a few minutes to get me. Please take a minute and introduce yourself to the jury.
Yes, I am Louis, L-U-I-S. I'm a medical doctor. I've been here in Miami for over 40 years, and I practice the specialty of blood and cancer.
Okay, Dr. Villa, and of course, are you licensed to practice medicine in the state of Florida?
I am, sir.
Okay. Could you give the jury the educational background, please? Just describe you went to college and medical school.
I started the United States, Miami Senior High. From there, I went to what was at that time Dade College. I finished my college at the University of Miami with a bachelor's degree. Then I went to Rutgers in New Jersey, where I got a master's in medical science, and graduated in 1970 with a medical doctor's degree.
And doctor, after you graduated from Harvard Medical, do any internships?
After that, 8 more years of postgraduate education. Back to the National Institutes of Health for 2 years of in clinical pathology, and then I came back to Miami, where I did 2 more years of pathology, became a medicine at the VA hospital, and then a fellowship in hematology and oncology at the University of Miami Cancer Center at that time.
Describe to the first medical doctor what a fellowship is.
A fellowship is a time where a medical doctor specializes in one particular area. In my case, blood and cancer.
And doctor, are you in any areas of medicine?
I'm board certified in 6 specialties. Internal medicine, because before you go ahead and get, then within internal medicine, blood and cancer, so hematology and oncology. Laboratory medicine. Anatomic pathology, which is reading biopsies and doing autopsies. They call hematopathology, which has to do with the technical side of blood work.
And what does it take to certify? What do you have to do?
It takes a certain amount of time in training, and then you take an examination, which you have.
Certification?
No, sir. Very few people have more than 2, and 3 is an exception.
Do you know of any who have said? Doctor, have you held any administrative positions in any hospitals in the state of Florida?
I was the chief of medicine at Victoria Hospital, which no longer exists. I was the chief of pathology at Cedars, which is now University of Miami Hospital. And I was chief of pathology at Mercy Hospital.
And have you held any academic appointments in your career?
I'm presently an assistant professor in the Department of Hematology.
And doctor, have you been invited to lecture nationally or internationally in different areas of medicine? And in relation to your work as a physician, have you been involved in any community services?
I am president of the Liga contra Cancer, or the League Against Cancer. I have been a volunteer since 1979. President of, right now I am the president, so I go there once a week. I see as many patients as are there, totally gratis, and I've done that since 79.
And is that an ongoing service?
La Liga doesn't charge anyone, or all you need to do is to prove that you are below the federal and that you've been in the US for a year. That's all we need, and then we treat you totally gratis. Everything, medicines, surgery, radiation, whatever is needed, we take care of it.
Doctor, your clinical practice of does that include treating patients with lung cancer?
Yes, as a matter of fact, that's one of the most common malignancies of it.
How long have you been treating lung cancer patients?
Since 1970.
Did you have an opportunity to review this legal case of Leo Yount?
Yes, I did.
And is that something that you've done from time to time, review legal cases for attorneys?
Since 1986.
All right. And is this the first case for me or my law firm?
I don't think so. I think I've reviewed at least 2 or 3 more.
Okay. Have you also reviewed cases for
Yes,
him over time?
I have.
And on occasion, have you had the opportunity to tell us that we don't have a good case?
Definitely.
Do you review cases for attorneys from both sides, in general cases, for defendants and plaintiffs?
It's been usually in the medical malpractice arena, about 80–85%, about 15–20% for plaintiffs.
Okay. And as far as reviewing cases involving tobacco and lung cancer specifically, have you reviewed?
I've reviewed quite a few, probably anywhere between 50 to perhaps even 100.
On behalf of the tobacco company.
Once.
Of course, are you paid for your time in reviewing cases, et cetera?
I am. This is not part of my charity.
Okay, I understand. Doctor, let's go over the records that you reviewed. medical records from the Baptist Hospital for Mr. Young.
Yes, I was.
Okay. And, but by the way, were those, were medical records?
I understand that's all that was available.
Okay. Is that unusual when you've been for these tobacco cases for there not to be a full set of records, patients that had been seen?
No, usually we get,
But did you have a sufficient amount of records to render your opinions within a reasonable degree of medical probability?
I did,
Okay. And did you?
I did.
And did you also review some deposition transcripts?
One,
Okay. To review Mrs. Lois Yount's deposition.
correct.
And I think originally, did you review the treating?
Okay,
oncologist?
wait.
Yeah.
Yes, I did. I do.
I'm going to ask you some about the course of Leo Young, but let me first ask you, and this first question is not in dispute, but let me ask you if you have an opinion whether history of smoking cigarettes was the cause of his lung cancer.
I think it's highly likely that that is correct.
And is that within a reasonable degree of medical probability?
Absolutely.
And secondly, do you have an opinion as to whether that lung cancer
That's the cause of his death.
Okay. So, doctor, if you, I'd like you to explain to the jury exactly how causes lung cancer, if you could, and would it assist you if, in using a chart that we prepared to show the change? Maybe put that up there on that's 429A. Feel free, please, to use that pointer and explain to the jury just how smoking over prolonged periods causes lung cancer. Your Honor, may you stand?
Yes.
Well, when you burn tobacco products, in this case cigarettes, millions of particles that you inhale on a constant basis. And those particles carry, and there are thousands of those chemicals that actually cause damage to the skull. And that genetic material that carries all of the code called DNA, that hit for deoxynucleic acid, ribonucleic acid. There is a page of instructions, which are very specific. Those instructions are translated, and the proteins actually tell the cell what to do and what not to do. And one of the things that the proteins do to grow, when to mature, and when to die. That's very important. So as you begin to smoke, that all those thousands of chemicals we call carcinogens begin to hit, the thing changes, becomes damaged. Fortunately, we all have other proteins that detect, and they actually get back to normal, so they're repaired. Years of exposure, and the years of exposure eventually get to a point where certain DNA results in malignancy. Now that's the biochemical basis. How do we doctors see that on a they look at under the microscope. Well, the normal cells of the bronchus, and that's where the malignancies of the lung occur. It's in the bronchus that carry the air. They're columnar, and they have this little cilia, it's hairs. That's how you clean up the gunk that goes in there from everyday life. As the DNA gets, these cells change. And they become, instead of columnar, they become cuboidal, they're like little cubes. Pairs. And you can actually see that with a microscope. Next. Actually, instead of looking one like the other, look at, here's quite a normal. They're very similar, they're very symmetrical. They become different. They acquire characteristics of cells in other portions there. That's what we call metaplasia. This takes years. 5, 10, 15 years. Eventually they become dysplastic. In other words, not only they become ugly. So the nucleus becomes very ugly, and that's what we call dysplastic. And then the last step is the cells become malignant, but initially they do not have the capability of invading and swimming in the bloodstream. This is what kills you. This is invasive cancer. As long as they're only superficial, you can still cure it. But in cancer of the lung, you almost never find that stage. By the time you get the millions and millions of malignant cells that are invading. So that is the process of carcinogenesis, the way that a cancer develops over many years with thousands of hits by tobacco-related.
Thank you, doctor. You mentioned that you specified in the cases of lung cancer with patients after the cancer has invaded the bloodstream. If you compare lung cancer, what rates of lung cancer patients to that of other cancer patients that you see?
Well, the mortality of cancer of lung is much higher because in the vast majority of cases, it is incurable. There's only about 20% of cancers of the lungs that you find, meaning you can cure with surgery. That's unusual, as opposed to other cancers. For example, cancer high probability that you can cure it. Cancer of the cervix in women, much higher probability. Cancer of the lung, different story.
And that 20% curable, that's something that was that the same in the 90s and earlier times, or has it gotten somewhat a little bit better in recent years?
Because now we do specialized scans, computerized scans. We do that for smokers, either people who continue to smoke or people who have ceased to smoke. And we do it only for patients that are between 50 and 80 years old. And that's a brand new, trying to catch the tumor at an early stage.
Understand of what Mr. Yount's smoking history was, how much he smoked?
Correct. Probably smoke. According to the documentation, particularly the family, probably 50 and anywhere between 2 to 4 packs a day. So it's a very considerable smoking history.
Okay, would you call that history?
It sure is, yes.
And is that smoking history enough to cause lung cancer in this case?
Definitely.
Did you notice anything in all the documentation reviewed the potential source of exposure that could cause lung cancer to this patient?
No, sir.
Doctor, I'd like to show you October 22nd, 1993, and that is date stamp 9. By agreement, we have entered into the chart of the evidence. They agreed to allow it. Thank you. You know, for Mr. Leo Young of October 22nd, 1993.
That is correct, sir.
And could you go, certain portions are highlighted, but feel free to go through and explain to the jury the important parts.
Gentleman 72, and he presents with metastatic bone carcinoma. What does that mean? It means that there's already a malignancy within the bones, and the malignancy is actually destroying the bone. So that makes a hole in the bone. And that's how he presents with back pain. An MRI, an X-ray. Actually, that lesion was biopsy, and that's how the initial diagnosis was made. It was what we call an adenocarcinoma, adenocarcinoma portions. Like the tumor looks like a glandular area. So adenocarcinomas can come from many places. So we doctors make decisions about where the tumor started, based not only on what it looks like, but what happens to the rest of the evaluation of the patient, the X-rays, the history.
Let me jump. Doctor treated the patient with cancer to determine which was the primary site of the cancer.
Yes, and the majority of the times we got a reasonable degree of certainty. There are cases where we don't know, and there are cases where we have a very good idea of where the tumor originated, where the primary is.
And does that make a difference in how you treat?
In the vast majority of cases, yes.
Okay, please continue.
Okay, so he came in with the pneumonia, and they had previously done a bronchoscopy. This whole history started September, so about 4 to 6 weeks before, and it started with the back pain metastatic lesions. T3 stands for thoracic 3, which is right up here. That's where the thoracic vertebra number 3 is, and that vertebra was semi-destroyed. Okay. Got this from the prostate, as they clearly the prostate. It was from the bronch. The important is the computerized tomography scan, CT scan, showed that there was a median style. Malignancies of the lung generally drain to the center of the chest. That's called the mediastinum. So if you have lung cancer in the right or the left, it just drains to the center of the chest. That's called the mediastinum. It's very typical. It doesn't happen all the time, but it happens. And the lymph nodes measured up to 3 centimeters. Normal is 1 centimeter. Nodule in the adrenal gland, that could be tumor, may not be, we didn't know. But the radiologist system with a bronchogenic carcinoma, bronchogenic meaning arising in a bronchus, because when you have mediastinum and abnormality in the lung itself, more likely than not, in a gentleman this age, who was
Course, means the lung.
the bronchus is the air tube the bronchus ends on what we call the exchange. That's where you actually absorb the oxygen. So the bronchus starts very large here in the center and eventually becomes very close. And then it says that there's also metastatic disease with T2, that's thoracic. So it's all at the base of the neck. Okay, next. What's important here is this gentleman had quit cigarettes in a period of time before he developed a malignancy. He looked ill appearing. Metastatic disease. They look ill. Why? Well, they are in pain, number one. And number two, when you're in a lot of pain, you get appetite. So you start losing a lot of weight. That's very common. Diffuse expiratory radial, that's it's very common. It has to do with chronic changes in the lung, also due to smoking. All right, so the conclusion by Dr. Smith is the patient has metastatic disease to lungs, and this is a lung primary. He was a smoker with 91, had esophagitis, a wife, and he was admitted for pain control. And he was going to be seen by Dr. Haywood, who is a oncologist who specializes in lung cancer.
Let me ask you a few questions. You said initially in the very first whether this cancer had originated in the prostate. Was that ruled out by the jury? A summary of the reasons why that was able to been ruled out.
Well, it was basically on clinical grounds. When you have a cancer of prostate, first prostate. Second of all, you're going to have extension of the disease in the pelvis because the prostate is in the pelvis, in the pelvic lymph nodes, and you're going to have multiple bone lesions. That's classical. There were quite a few bone lesions, but there was no extension into the pelvic area. The gentleman had a sonogram of the pelvis with attention to the prostate, which was showed a minor nodule every of the pelvis with attention to the prostate, which was normal. So based on that, the diagnosis that this was a lung cancer.
Okay. And specifically, it was described as a metastatic lung cancer. Is that correct?
Metastatic.
Describe, if you would, as the jury will hear, metastasis of metastatic cancer, what that is.
Well, remember when I showed you that get into the blood, into the circulation. Okay, that is the first step. In fact, the vast majority of those cells will die. They will go to, they can go to lungs, they can go to the adrenals, they can go wherever they want, the brain, and then they start growing. That is the process of metastatic disease. Meta meaning distant. In this case, the lung, go to the bone, they grow in there, they form an island, a triangle, and then metastatic lesion.
Darren, could we put up the attestation sheet, it would be, this is the number. Oh, never mind. I'm sorry. Let's go on to the next history and physical, the admission sheet. And that 79, the date of the admission is November 29th, 1993. Doctor, if you could explain to the jury what is happening in this admission.
Okay, so this is the last admission for the gentleman. In fact, he died several days later. And this is the admission and the presentation. Works of the patient when he was there. Okay, so the doctor observes that for the last malaise means that you just feel well. Everything hurts. Your body is essentially bedridden most of the time. And then he goes to say profound asthenia. Asthenia, lost. You know any energy. You have no desire to do anything. The patient at this stage is in bed and someone else to help him. In addition to that, he says multiple somatic pains of variant including shoulder, muscle, back, arms, and chest. So when you see that, and this is not documented because they get more x-rays, but that's very consistent with the tumor progressing to multiple bones and destroying bones. Confusional states with anxiety, hypersomnolence, without any precipitation. Well, when terminal cancer patients get to that point, they begin to touch with reality. That has a lot to do with the medications. It has to do particularly with the pain medicines. So this time. Now, on the review systems, we asked the patient what necessary system, and they have recent black terry stools. Terry meaning tar, pasty, black. Means that there has been bleeding in the stomach because the stomach is full of acid and it essentially red cells and they become black, sticky, terry, and they have a very peculiar odor. What does that mean? Well, first of all, they're not eating well because if you have pain, you're not going to eat. Dysphagia don't have the ability to swallow correctly. And that's very common when you're very weak. Mechanism is one of the more complex mechanisms that the human body has. Why? Well, because if you don't follow well, the food goes to the lungs and then you die. So you got to make sure that when you swallow, the food goes down into the esophagus or the stomach. Means that the patient is having difficulty making sure that the food is going to the right place. So something is happening in either the lower pharynx or the esophagus that making it painful for the food to go down. So it's only taken Ensure. Ensure is a liquid with a lot of sugar. What is that? Well, hoarse voice has to do with the functioning of the vocal cords. And when you have it to the median right here, it actually it damages one of the nerves that controls the vocal cords, and you become hoarse. That's what's happening. Blood pressure is low, so that can be many things. It could be the anemia, it could be the lack of energy, it could be many. And the heart rate slightly elevated, but not much. Notice the word cachectic. Cachectic means malnutrition, severe malnutrition. Cachectic means you essentially have no fat. Not only you don't have no muscles, digest it. Because when you're finished with your fat, when you're finished with your sugars, you start getting energy from your muscles. So these are patients that are skeletal. All you see is bone. That is cachexia. And it's a stage of any cancer, not only lung cancer, but any cancer. So cachectic thoracic cavity, vascular inspiratory rail, approximately 1/4 of the way up. What does that mean? It means that the lungs are wet. Very common. Essentially, a lot of fluid in your lungs. That's what you hear. Going down, upper extremity shows severe cachexia. So the muscles of the upper used.
Doctor, let me just interrupt you. As we're going down the list, all of these signs and symptoms this patient had, were they caused by his lung cancer?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Okay.
These are all typical of terminal. In this case, it's lung cancer, but you'll see the same thing in any terminal case from anyone. It's general.
Thanks.
The lines that the patient is acidotic, that's also very common with terminal cancer. And the hemoglobin is 5.8. A normal hemoglobin would be about 12. This is 5.8 grams, so it's definitely abnormal. Anemia of this category has to be more than the anemia that you see just from cancer. For with cancer, you generally gonna have an anemia of anywhere between 7 to. The fact that this is 5.8 means that there is something else going on. And that together with the hairy stools means that blood from the stomach, more likely than not. So the impression profound anemia, which is correct. I think that's a typo, it's a metabolic acidosis. Next. Then it says confusional state, which we talked about before, and chronic pulmonary disease and acute lower infiltrate. What does that mean? Probably fluid. Patient may have aspirated food. So many complications due to cancer.
Thank you, doctor. And could I show you the attestation sheet from December 2nd, 1993. It's number 76, page stamp 76. And doctor, I know this is essentially part of that this was, you look at the top left after the patient had expired, this was filled out. And what was the principal diagnosis?
Yeah, and this is what hospitals use for billing purposes. And the principal diagnosis simply means that when he presented, an operation was not curative, so it was inoperable. Processes which we have already described. Radiation therapy, meaning the patient was actually treated with radiation, and we know chemotherapy. Anemia, which we presented with. So this is essentially
And Doctor, I'd like to show you the death certificate, please, which is, we can use 5, based on. Dr. Vita, please explain generally how they are used and filled out by doctors and what this one in particular says.
is summary of what a practitioner believes is the cause of death. There are different ways of filling it. That's certificate. Generally, what I like to do is why the patient died and then the complications right next to it. But different doctors do it different way. And it fills it up. Many times the oncologist will not do it. It will be done by the attending. The patient gets admitted to the hospital by, let's say, a general practitioner, and that's a general practitioner who will fill it out, not necessarily as to what is the sequence of the main diagnosis versus the complication. The main diagnosis is respiratory insufficiency. What does that mean? Well, the patient couldn't breathe. Already described that the lung was filled with fluid and there were abnormalities in the x-ray. And then it says,
And it's it says under carcinoma of the lung, which it says due to or as a consequence of lung cancer. Does that mean that the inability to breathe was caused by the lung cancer?
as exactly was due to the progression of the lung cancer.
No. And do you agree with that conclusion?
Yes, I do.
Doctor, let me, first of all, how many, what percentage of lung cancers?
Depends on the type, but in this particular case,
This is an adenocarcinoma.
this is an adenocarcinoma. Approximately 85 are related to heavy smoking.
And there are different cell types that have different correlations.
That is correct.
The 85%. Based upon what you've read in your training and experience and education, history, 50-year history of smoking between 2 to 4 packs of cigarettes per day was the cause of his lung cancer.
That's correct. His heavy cigarette smoking is the cause of his lung cancer.
Okay. And doctor, do you have an opinion in a real degree of medical probability whether that lung cancer was the cause of Leo Young's death?
The lung cancer causes
How certain?
100%.
Is there a close second? Is there anything in the real?
No, it was-
Objections. It's in the back. Yeah, I'm sorry. Objection.
The constellation of symptoms that are typical of the progression of his lung cancer, which ultimately resulted in his demise.
Legal spin on it. Do you have an opinion, doctor, within a reasonable degree of medical probability whether the lung cancer was a substantial contributing cause, at least a
There's no doubt about that.
Thank you, Dr. Villa. Council may have some questions.
Good morning,
Morning, sir.
gentlemen. Dr. Villa, it's very nice to remind you, my name is Steve Bell, I represent Archie Reynolds, and as you know, I have some questions to ask you to follow up on what you just discussed with Mr. Trump. And, you know, I'm sorry we have the masks and everything, so if my voice drops and you can't understand what I'm saying, or you can't hear me, just let me know.
Absolutely.
And I want to start really where Mr. Tropper left off. Ask about death certificates. All right. First of all, a death certificate is not enough for a physical opinion regarding cause of death.
If
correct?
that's all I have, you're correct.
Okay. In other words, a death certificate alone doesn't someone die, does it?
Generally, you're correct, yes.
Okay. And death certificates sometimes have errors.
Yes, I do.
Even though we can't put an exact number on it, you would agree that the error rate in death certificates is significant, right?
I agree. I cannot put a number on it, but yes, it happens. It's not unusual.
Okay. And of course, the death certificates is dependent on the information that the people who are filling out the death certificate have available.
Experience of, and the knowledge of the person who's filling out the death certificate.
Right, as you explained, the death certificate might be by someone's treating oncologist, it might be by an attending physician, right?
That is correct. The optimal doctor who should do it does not do it.
Exactly, exactly. Fills out the death certificate has incomplete or inaccurate information, then the death certificate itself could be incomplete.
That might be correct, yes.
Okay. Now, when we're looking at a death certificate, you would agree that it's not a diagnostic document, right?
Not sure.
Death certificate is an administrative document more than it is a diagnostic document.
That I would agree with.
Agree that without an autopsy or these days an MRI or CT scan, a death certificate.
It could be. I mean, you got to have details for the death certificate to be ultimate.
Oh. Now you talked about this with Mr. Trop. I just want to quickly review it.
Correct.
Okay. And you reviewed the deposition of Dr. Kagan
Yes.
and psychologist.
Correct.
But nothing that you read in Dr. Kagan's deposition impacted your opinions. And Dr. Kagan actually did not have a specific memory of Mr. Young, right? He treats lots of patients, doesn't he?
Yes.
Okay. And you also reviewed the deposition of Mrs. Young,
Yes, I did.
and you requested to review that deposition so that you would have some idea of the smoking history of this case.
Correct.
And that's because the medical records don't.
You're correct.
You did not
I did not.
or any other testimony.
You're correct.
Now, based on your review of those medical records, you agree that
That's true.
that would mean he quit around the age of 7.
Yes.
One piece of information: the medical records don't tell us anything about Mr. Young's smoking history, do they?
That's true.
Now, Dr. Villa, you have been treating patients since
Yeah, for 2 years as a medical student.
that's right. You were in medical school then.
Yes,
And when you're in medical school, you do treat patients as part of your training.
you do, under supervision. Yes.
And over the you've seen many patients who are smokers,
Yes, I have,
thousands of them, right?
thousands.
And you've consistently told your to stop smoking.
Absolutely.
You tell your patients to quit smoking because quitting smoking has multiple health. Now, when you're treating history,
That I do.
and that means asking the patient about prior illnesses, medications, or diseases that they have. And you might also look at the patient's medical records as part of creating that history.
Always.
That is because it would help you properly diagnose the patient. Right?
Correct. I did not.
And you did not take his history.
I did not.
And in this particular case, a majority of medical,
That is true.
in fact, we have very few medical records in this case, right?
It was very limited.
Before October 4th of 1993.
True.
And so because of that, we live beyond medical history, right?
Quite limited. Correct.
And other than what he reported we don't know what medical conditions he had or may have been treated for before October of 1993.
We don't have that information.
Now, when you diagnose cancer, history test, and also look at radiology and pathology, right?
Correct.
Now, in this case, there are no pathology.
Are available.
And just to be clear, pathology, what we're talking about is looking at material under a microscope to try and diagnose a disease. And there's no radiology available for Mr. Johnson. Okay. 3 hospitalizations, right?
Correct.
Okay. And the first one was on October 4th, 1993. And at that time, Mr. Yant's doctors identified a soft tissue mass with bony destruction in order to biopsy, right?
Correct.
Eventually tested positive for cancer.
Correct.
Now, at that time, Mr. Yant's doctors did not identify what. Right?
Well, they knew it was an adenocarcinoma.
Sure. Okay.
If you're asking me, there was a doubt.
And that's what I was getting at. Thanks for clarifying that. When somebody says primary site cancer, as we discussed, site or organ where the cancer began, right?
Correct.
Okay. Metastatic cancer is cancer that's body and the organ through the process you described with your slides.
That's correct.
Okay. And once you detect cancer, making the decision about where the primary site is can be a complex inquiry.
It can.
And in fact, following Mr. Yant's October 4th, 1993 hospitalization, first one, prostate cancer. Right?
That was one of the considerations.
Second hospitalization was on October 22nd of 1993.
Correct.
Okay. And even hospitalization, Mr. Yant's doctors indicated that Mr. Yant had
One of the doctors said that, right?
Now, during that second hospitalization, a prostate nodule or mass was found. Mr.
Correct.
And his doctors actually recommended a transrectal biopsy to.
Apologies recommended.
Sure. Now, we don't actually have that biopsy, do we?
Yeah, as far as we know, it was never done.
But according to Mr. Yount's records, early pathology reported as metastatic prostatic. Right?
That was enough.
Now, there was some staining during this second hospitalization, right?
Yes.
Okay. And one of the stains was for PSA.
Correct.
PSA is a protein that's in the surface of cells in the prostate, right?
Correct.
Cancer is correlated with the presence of PSA values, right?
And the majority of cases are correct. Yes.
Okay. And because of the problems with staining, everything came back positive.
Yeah, it was uninterpretable.
And the pathologist in this case correctly said that because of that, we can't say whether it's positive or negative.
That is correct.
Other staining was for another protein called CEA, right?
Correct.
CEA is in many cancers, right?
Many cancers, correct.
And CEA would actually be negative if prostate, correct?
In the vast majority of cases, that is correct.
And in this case, the CEA was negative, wasn't it?
Sure.
Of course, Dr. Villa, you agree that a person can have two primary cancers at the same time, can't they? For Mr. the possibility that he had a primary prostate cancer in addition to his lung cancer, you would have to remove the prostate, right?
Not really, you have to at least biopsy.
Okay. And like you said before, there's no evidence that that was done. Yeah.
We cannot rule it out, that's correct.
And just to be clear, prostate cancer is not caused by smoking. And like all cancer, prostate cancer can metastasize, right?
It does.
And I think you mentioned the common expression of prostate cancer through metastasis is bone lesions.
It is.
Okay. And that would be somebody.
It's by far the most common, yes.
And Mr. Yount had bone lesions.
Yes, we have metastatic disease to the bone, that's correct.
Most men in their 70s will have some kind of nodule on the prostate, right? Almost all of them?
Almost all of them.
Okay. Men will also have prostate cancer.
Yes, if you do autopsies, slice the prostate, about 60–70% of patients, of men, will have a cold.
And so the bottom line of all this is that you agree that Mr. Yount could have had a primary prostate cancer in October of 1983, right?
I think it's highly likely statistically that he did have prostate cancer.
Well, let's talk about the lung cancer.
Sure.
You told us that by the time Mr. the lung cancer, the cancer was advanced.
Sure.
And the usual survival rate someone with lung cancer in that state would be 6 to 9 months, right?
Correct. For lung cancer, prostate cancer is 6 to 9 years.
Right. Now, unfortunately, Mr. Yount passed away within 2 months of that time.
Sure.
So let's talk about the treatment they received on that second hospitalization. We do have more records from that second hospitalization than from the first. We have the admission and discharge notes,
Yes.
but we don't have any progress notes from the hospital. And when we say progress notes, those are medical records that a treating physician will create to note the progress as treatment goes along.
Great.
And we don't have any of those.
We do not.
Of the treatment that Mr. Young received while he was hospitalized from October 22nd to November 11th.
We do not have the details. He was gonna have chemotherapy and radiation.
But we don't know the details of any chemotherapy that he may have received.
We don't have,
Because of any radiation he may have received.
we do not.
Now, whatever chemotherapy would have received would be for palliative purposes, right?
Correct.
Okay, and by palliative, we just mean to treat this pain.
To make it more fully to prolong life,
Okay,
but not to cure.
right. We're not, the chemotherapy would not have been to cure the cancer.
It would not have done it.
And any radiation,
Correct, to actually improve pain.
right, to make his pain better.
Yes,
Because we know in his back, as you described, right?
yes,
And so the radiation treatments would have been primarily to treat that pain.
that is correct.
Now, nevertheless, we don't know exactly where the radiation may have been administered, do we?
We do not know exactly. There's in the upper thoracic area where he presented back with pain.
Right. Mr. Young had multiple tumors, but we don't know which ones.
We don't know exactly. It's reasonable to assume that's where he had the pain.
And we don't know the amount of the radiation.
We do not.
Now, therapeutic radiation like this, palliative radiation, pain at the time of administration, is it?
Radiation is meant to actually improve in certain areas. It can actually cause transient pain.
And what do you mean by transient?
Well, it's something that I see very frequently when you're treating either the cervical or almost impossible to avoid the throat and the esophagus. So you are going to have pain in the throat, like gentlemen have, for about 2 to 2.5 weeks, and then it disappears.
So, and that would be pain you experience after the radiation treatment.
Well, not necessarily after. Actually, it takes about maybe painful process, and then it lasts another 2 to 3 weeks.
So it wouldn't begin immediately after there's a period of time and then.
Begin immediately. It begins usually after 3, 5, 7 days, and then it lasts 2 to 3 weeks.
And that was true in 1993. And other than that transient pain that you just described for us, the radiation therapy itself would not. Right?
That is correct, yes.
Now, other than the radiation that you told us about, there's no record of Mr. Young receiving any other treatment for his lung cancer. Is it?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you described a constellation of medical, both related to lung cancer and perhaps not, that Mr. Young had, right?
For most of what I described, it was right. Okay, all right.
You were aware that Mr. Yount had reflux esophagitis.
Yes,
And that history of reflux esophagitis appears to be something that Mr. Yount reported. And that information would have been provided by Mr. Yount to his doctors well before he received treatment. I'd like to take a look at the admission note from October 22nd, 1990. Okay, doctor. If we turn to the third page. See in a second, I promise. If we look under impression, do you see that?
yes,
Okay. And I believe you the direct examination.
correct.
If we go to the second item, it says history of reflux esophagitis, right? Now, reflux esophagitis is the result of something called gastroesophageal reflux disease, right?
Correct.
Okay. Most probably know it better just as GERD, G-E-R-D.
Correct.
Now with GERD, and I'm going to call it GERD because it's easier. With GERD, the acid in the stomach comes back up and irritates the esophagus, right?
True.
And in other words, if you come up and cause GERD.
Correct.
And the condition of having too much acid in the stomach, that's called hyperacidity. Right?
Correct.
If you have hyperacidity, enough to cause GERD, you could also have other problems related to the acid. Right? And one of those problems that you might have if you have hyperacidity is that you might develop a peptic ulcer in your stomach. Right? Thank you. That and we described that Mr. Yount was diagnosed with anemia during the second hospitalization. Right?
Correct.
Let's look at that admission record. So this record, Dr. Lee, is also from 1993.
Correct.
Okay. And this is the if we look under diagnosis, there are a list of things there, right?
Correct.
There, anemia, correct?
Correct.
And this simply indicates that Mr. Yount had anemia at some point during this hospitalization.
Correct.
And to the right, you see there are several codes there, right?
Yeah.
And those are used to list the diagnoses for billing purposes, right?
Correct.
And it says 2.1.
Yes.
That code means acute blood loss anemia, isn't it?
I have no idea.
Okay.
Your word.
Okay. Fair enough. You don't dispute that, do you?
I am not a coder.
Okay. Now anemia can.
Correct.
Now I know you're not a 578.9.
All right.
You see that?
Yes.
And maybe are you aware that that code is for gastrointestinal hemorrhage?
No, I am not aware.
Would that surprise you given the
No. As a matter of fact, as I commented, it is not clear on this admission, but it is clear that the gentleman has gastrointestinal.
Sure.
I want to add that with widespread metastatic disease getting radiation and chemotherapy, they all have anemia. In addition to the anemia of chronic disease, namely the cancer, he probably also had a blood of the upper intestinal tract. That I think is indisputable.
Indisputable, and much of the information we have about that comes from the third hospital. Okay. So, but just focusing on the period of the second hospitalization, you do agree that he had blood loss anemia and a GI bleed out.
I don't think we know that. Just because they assigned those numbers there. Information to separate the anemia of chronic disease from the many reasons that I enumerated versus blood loss. I don't know, but we don't have enough clinical information as opposed to the next admission.
All right, well, we'll get to that. We can take that down. Now, you would agree tend to occur more in an older male population than in other demographics.
Yes.
And historically, the most common cause of gastrointestinal.
That's correct.
If someone has a peptic ulcer and it receives no treatment, most.
Yes.
And in fact, an untreated peptic ulcer can predispose someone to a gastrointestinal bleed.
That is correct.
Clear, there's no evidence in the records that Mr. Yount was treated during the second hospitalization for his peptic ulcer or bleed that he may have had.
But there is no record that he was treated, but refluxitis, and for that matter, duodenal ulcer is simply antacid. So it would be surprising if he wasn't given some antacid.
Fix a bleed if you had it, right?
It would, actually, it would heal the ulcer.
Okay. All right, well, let's talk about that. Because he comes back to the hospital on November 29th, 1993, right?
Correct.
This is the hospitalization that leads up to Mr. Yount's death on December 2nd, 1993.
That's correct.
And we have the note from this hospitalization, right?
Yes, sir.
And we don't really have the discharge summary or any clinical notes from this period.
Correct. When
Mr. Yount was admitted to the hospital on November 29th, 1993, he did not, right?
I'm sorry, repeat the question.
Sure. When Mr. Yount was admitted to the hospital on November 29th, 1993,
Right.
he did complaints about his breathing.
Was not documented, but in reading the physical examination, it would be very unusual not to be shown for that.
Let's take a quick look at that record. Thank you. And Doctor, I just want to direct your attention to the second paragraph under review of symptoms. Here where it says he does not have any respiratory complaints.
Yes, you're correct. That is actually given the physical examination.
Okay. Now, you can take it. Now, as you explained on direct, the primary reason that he presented on November 29th was due to complaints of pain. Right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, can anemia cause a loss of energy
Sure.
and cause malaise?
Yes.
Can anemia cause pain?
No.
Okay. Well, at the time of this third hospitalization, work done, right?
Correct.
And you told us that that lab work showed a hemoglobin level of 5.8, right?
Sure.
Hemoglobin, that's the protein in red blood cells that carries oxygen to the body.
That's correct.
And so if your hemoglobin level is not receiving oxygen properly.
Generally, that's correct, yes.
And I think you told us that a normal level,
At his age, correct.
and a hemoglobin level of 5.8 is attributable just to his cancer, right?
I already explained that, correct.
In fact, a hemoglobin level of 5.8 indicates that Mr. Yount was suffering from severe anemia.
It is severe.
And as I think he showed, the word that Mr. Yount's doctors used to describe it was profound anemia.
Yeah.
And excessive bleeding can cause profound anemia.
Definitely.
Thorough review of Mr. Yount's medical records that the anemia is coming from the gastric area, right?
At least part of it, yes. I'm sure that he also had the disease itself. But like I explained before, there's also a component of bleeding.
Review the records. Would you agree that it's unclear whether Mr. Yount's anemia was actually related to his lung cancer?
Well, like I said, I think some of it is, and some of it is GI bleeding. So the GI bleeding is the part of the anemia that is the Terry stools, the GI bleeding. It's unclear whether it is related to the lung.
And so you agree that it's highly likely and the black tar stools are caused by bleeding in the GI tract, right?
I don't think there's any doubt, that's correct.
And that bleed, the part that is not attributed to right?
Could be caused by peptic ulcer, by gastritis, by multiple minor ulcers, syndrome. It can be many things, but yes, in the differential diagnosis, it's a peptic ulcer.
That would all be part of the differential diagnosis.
It all.
And the bottom line is we don't know exactly why Mr. Yount was bleeding to the extent he was.
We don't know. We don't know if it was investigated.
Now, this was a serious issue, wasn't it?
Yeah, they plan to, if you see the note, they plan a treatment including transfusions.
Sure. In fact, he was at a high risk of death due to this.
Possibly, yes. Hemoglobin at 5.8, yes. It's, it could be complicated by death, yes. Correct.
Just can you remind us what a blood transfusion is?
Transfusions means they are clinically impaired. If the doctor thinks that the lack of blood is actually harming you, we take blood from a donor and give it to you. Simple as that.
And just to be of a transfusion being planned during the third hospitalization, we don't have any documentation of the transfusion actually happening. Do we?
We don't, but I mean, it would be very unusual if you have someone with hemoglobin of 5.8 grams 4 days and not transfused. That would be highly unusual.
Sure. And if it happened, we don't know when it happened. Do we?
Jack,
Okay. And that's because the condition is so severe.
Well, yes, because the hemoglobin is 6. If you have a hemoglobin, you're not that much in a hurry. When you have a hemoglobin 5.8, you're going to transfuse within the next 6 hours.
Sure. Sure. Now, Dr. Villa, you offered your expert opinion on Mr. Yant's cause of death. There is a question about what immediate event actually caused Mr. Yant's death on December 2nd, 1993.
Depends on your definition of immediate.
Okay. Well, what I mean is, there's a question about what specific cause of death was that led Mr. Yant to pass away on December 2nd, 1993, as opposed to another time.
Yeah, I think it can be interpreted in many ways. Correct. I mean, the main reason he died was cancer of the lung. It's complicated by many other problems.
Sure. So at that time, his medical condition was complicated by other issues.
Yes.
And you would agree that it's unusual from the lung cancer diagnosis, right?
Yeah, I mean, it happens, but that's not the usual course.
Okay. Just want to briefly revisit the death certificate in this case. Direct. Now, we talked about who may or may not have filled out the death certificate. We don't know who filled out the death certificate.
I think there was a signature there.
I couldn't read it. Could you read it?
No.
Okay. But review the methods. You think it'd be reasonable to add to the death certificate GI bleed of unknown cause? And that's because the GI bleed could have been the immediate cause of Mr. Yant's death.
Depending on what you mean by immediate, but it could have been, but it's unlikely because more likely than not, he was transfused.
And even though it's not mentioned on the death certificate, I think you just told us there's no contributor.
I think the GI bleed is part of the constellation of everything that's going on because he's very ill with his cancer.
Now, Dr. Villa, you agree that autopsies are the gold standard for determining.
That is correct.
And when Mr. Yant died, an autopsy could have pointed to the immediate cause in this particular case, right?
It's possible. I think the reason case, number one, of course, you would have shown multiple metastatic areas. You would have shown the cancer of the lung because we already knew it was done and a biopsy was obtained, which was positive. So we know that we don't need an autopsy. Could have find the issue of the site of hemorrhage.
Well, bottom line, there was no autopsy in this case.
There wasn't.
All right, I want to turn to a different topic that you're familiar with, called declining risk. We've discussed this topic previously.
I'm quite familiar with it.
As you, I think, told us earlier, quitting smoking and tell all your patients to quit smoking.
Everyone.
If a person stops smoking, the risk of that person developing lung cancer, right?
Definitely.
In other words, the earlier someone quits, the less likely they are to develop lung cancer.
That is correct.
The body has repair mechanisms that go in and repair the damage caused by smoking.
True.
And never smoker quit smoking.
Never too late.
And no matter what a person's smoking history is, if that person quits smoking, cancer decreases.
It does.
In fact, the risk of a smoker developing lung cancer begins to decrease significantly after.
That is correct.
And the longer someone stays quit, the more the risk goes down, right?
Correct.
A person developing lung cancer, if that person stays quit, will approach that of a non-smoker, right?
Never gets to it, but it,
And you agree that if a smoker stays quit for 15 years, the smoker's risk of developing lung cancer is cut by more than. If a smoker quits smoking for 25 years, their risk of developing lung cancer will decrease to almost.
approximately 90 to 95% decrease, still very significant compared to non-smokers, but tremendously. It's still between 2 and 2.5 out of non-smokers, but definitely very impressive.
If Mr. Young had quit smoking in the 1960s, his risk of developing lung cancer would have decreased by up to.
That's
And if Mr. Young had quit smoking by 1970, he would have eliminated his risk for developing lung cancer. Right?
that is correct.
And if he had quit smoking in the 1970s, when he was in his 50s, he still would have had the opportunity to eliminate more than half of his risk of developing lung cancer.
As a generality, that's correct. Think to the equation that these numbers apply to the average smoker. If Mr. Young was more than average, but it's still very impressive, and we always counsel the patient.
All right, Dr. Villa. As you told Mr. Trop, this is not your first time in some case like this.
It is not.
Maybe your first time in a mask, certainly. My first time questioning the mask. Second, okay. All right, fair enough. Fair enough. And you've been testifying for approximately 30 years.
Right.
You've given deposition testimony.
But sounds reasonable.
Okay, sure. And you've testified in court at trial over 40 times. And as you described, many of those cases have been cases like this, filed by family of a smoker against the tobacco.
Correct.
In fact, half or more medical leave is in cases like this against the tobacco.
As of now, that's correct, yes.
Now, you charge a $2,500 retainer fee to review a new case, right?
Correct.
And is it still correct that you charge $500 an hour?
750,
$750 now. Okay.
yes.
And for depositions, you also charge $750 for the first hour and $1,500 per hour for anything beyond that.
That is correct.
Do you know how much you charge? How much?
Over 4 years, $19,500.
And to appear in a trial in Miami, Dade County, like you're doing today, you charge,
No, 7,500.
okay, thank you, $7,500. All right, Dr. Villa, pleasure seeing you again. Hope to see you soon. This time, those are all the questions.
Dr. Villa? A few questions. I want to cut to the chase a little bit. After all the questions that Mr. Tucker put to you, is your opinion still that Mr. Yount died of lung cancer?
Absolutely.
Okay. Is there any question in your mind?
No.
Yount die of? Is there any chance Mr. Yount died of undiagnosed prostate cancer?
Not at all.
Okay. And I think you said that in their 70s that if they die of some other cause, an autopsy performed, they might find. What you said?
Objection.
I think it's crazy. The statistic you gave us earlier about the percentage of men who find on autopsy have prostate cancer. Can you explain that again?
It's very simple. The vast majority of, if you do an autopsy and you look very carefully at the prostate, the vast majority of us prostatic cancer. I do, I'm sure, but we're not going to die from it. It's there, it remains there, it never gets out. We're not going to die from it. Is it likely that this was a situation with Mr. Young? Yes. He didn't die from prostate.
Is there any prostate cancer?
No question.
How about peptic ulcer? Did he die from a peptic ulcer?
No, he did not. May have peptic ulcer. If he didn't die from that, he was, I'm correct, sure that he was transfused immediately. Then all these of the cancer eventually causes demise.
How do you treat a peptic ulcer, by the way? How do you treat it?
You give them whatever you want.
Is that Tums, basically?
Tums, at that time, there wasn't any Pepsid, so it's,
Can you compare the risk that Mr. Yount faced? Let's assume that he did have a peptic ulcer that no one diagnosed. Can you compare the risk that he had from this peptic ulcer and the stage 4 metastatic cancer that had already invaded his spine, his shoulder, his knee, and his adrenal?
it's really ridiculous. A peptic ulcer, even at that time, generally is not lethal. For that matter, any cancer with metastatic disease, it's lethal. It's going to kill you.
He presented this stage 4 cancer, is that
Correct.
The clinical path that he took, the way he declined in away. Is that classic for metastatic lung cancer death?
The path and the weight loss, the cachexia, when all the muscles are essentially digested, is very classical. What's not classic, that it took such a short period of time for his demise. But that has a lot to do with how long you delay to present. So does it happen? Yes, it happens. It's not the average.
And Dr. B, you're
Correct.
is part of the concept of declining risk, is part of the concept, the idea behind that, and the actual risk that he faces when he smokes cigarettes?
Objection, Your Honor. I mean,
Sorry, I didn't hear you. Judge,
I said on those grounds, so.
thank you.
I'm sorry, could you repeat?
In order, it's part of the concept of declining risk, that the patient understands the risk that he is in, that he faces when he smokes those cigarettes.
objection, Your Honor, speculation.
You asked some hypothetical. Mr. Young had quit, I think in the 70s was one of the questions. Let me ask you, if it's in cigarettes and Mr. Young was able to quit in the 70s as a result, would he still have a much greater risk of dying than a non?
Are you very advanced speculation?
I lost you. Do it again.
If R.J. Reynolds hypothetically had told the truth about what was in its cigarettes and Mr. Young was then able to quit, would he have still faced a much greater risk of dying than a non-smoker?
Oh, of course. Yes.
So let's just say in the 70s, you haven't assumed, you assume for purposes of this question, that Mr. Young was a 2 to 4 pack a day smoker, that he originally started 38, now at 4 packs at a lesser amount, but eventually got up to 2 to 4 packs from the early 40s until, let's say, 1975. He smoked 2 to 4 packs of cigarettes. Can you explain to the jury
Okay, so
using pack years or whatever that is?
what the number that we can explain to a patient, when I explain to a patient, please stop smoking. Stop smoking for the next 15 years, your risk will go down 50%. If patients understand. What we don't tell the patients, and is a bit more difficult to understand, is that yes, you're in the, but if you compare that risk to one person who never smoked, the risk is, so even if you quit for 20, 25 years, the risk compared to the non-smoker is twice that. Because the risk of a non-smoker is 0.4%. It's minimal. And you have a risk of 1 or 2%, it's still very large compared to a non-smoker. Absolutely, absolutely. But if someone like him could quit in the 1970s, it would have been official, but it doesn't guarantee you that he's not going to get the tumor. He could very well get the tumor because you still have 2 risk of a non-smoker.
Can you explain to the jury what a dose relationship is? Smoker.
Sure. So the risk of getting a cancer of the lung depends on 2 things. And how much you smoke. And there is some controversy as to which is more important.
excuse me, Your Honor, I object, this was outside the scope of my cross.
I want to see you outside.
Take your lights off.
Nothing wrong with a little stretching.
Doctor, I think, do you recall what you?
Yeah, I was discussing the risk of getting cancer alone if how long you smoke. So if you smoke 20 years, it's worse than 10 years, much worse than 5. In fact, if you smoke for 5 years, it's highly, highly unlikely you're going to get a cancer alone. If you smoke for 30 to 40 years, the risk is much, much linear. It actually increases in a non-linear fashion. It's also related to if you smoke, is not as much as if you smoke 3 packs a day for 10 years or 15 years. So you smoke and how long you smoke.
Doctor, did every cigarette Mr. Young smoked contribute to his cancer and death?
Yes, you cannot separate from the other.
And considering the exposures that he had, the 2 to 4 packs a day since essentially Can you say that if he quit in 1964, he wouldn't have gotten lung cancer?
You can never say. You can say more likely than not, yes, but does that apply to that particular patient? You can't.
And cancer after having quit 10, 15, even 20 years before?
Sure, that's not uncommon.
Maybe cut off, we're discussing the concept of pack years.
Yes.
What is pack years?
Well, if you smoke a pack a day, it's 1 pack year. If you smoke 2 packs a day, that's 2 pack years. It's simple as that.
Okay. And is there a general minimum of pack years that apply before a patient faces?
All the statistics are based on 1 day for X number of years. So what I told you, for example, that if you only a pack a day, you're highly unlikely to get cancer of the lung, that applies to 1 pack a day. There are no generally to 2 packs a day or 3 packs a day or 4 packs a day. We do know it's worse, but it's hard to assign a number.
A day for 50 years, is that 50 pack years?
Correct.
Okay. Can you estimate it at, let's say 3 pack, 50%?
Well, 3 packs a day, it would have been about 15 years, 18 years.
Okay. And 1 pack a day for 50 years?
Correct.
Thank you, Dr. So, please.
You're very welcome.
Hang on, before you see, thank you, Bill. So we have completed, this is the first live witness that we completed. If any member of the jury has a question that you think should be directed to this witness, just let me know by raising your hand. I'll give you the opportunity to write your pad, and it gets passed up to me, and I discuss it with the lawyers. Does any member of the jury wish to ask a question of this witness? I'm going to give everyone like a 10-minute break, and then we're going to continue.
Oh, I was just going to give you an update. As far as keeping the.
Excuse me, is this on the record?
No.
Okay, thank you.
As far as keeping my videos on.
Everybody want your briefcase?
If you just go look at the podium, the photographs, freezer should be on the display. The screen drawn from screen. So the screen drawn child reference. Awesome. Thank you. Mike? No? Hey, no? You got out? I didn't get right. You did?
Oh, I did.
Well, I don't remember. Yes.
I was sealing my computer.
Yeah, I think I missed it. Just,
Good for you.
chance to use for one of the what? Yeah. I set up one of those in the closet for my sheet hanging. Did you? Just to get it so it wouldn't smell like. Well, I did so well. I was not wet at all. And I went and pulled my garbage cans up in the curb. And I didn't notice the one garbage can was dark out. I did the same thing.
Mine had about, liters of water in both, but recycle.
No, you're on. You're on that break. Sitting down on the third floor. I saw people. This is where taking off. Get ready. You have your,
We have water.
I thought I heard water. No.
One bars.
Not yet. Hard set. Certain that he'll make whatever flight is reserved for. I don't know if that means dinner at Charleston or dinner at the airport.
That's like. They have like tons of software. Why is it here? You gotta go over this. Huh? It's so long. So I was thinking, yeah. Like you wouldn't say that. Yeah. It's 3 months. He just said, you think you're crossing on the rest of the day?
I will tell you, I get a better sense of it probably will.
That was a journalist who had to spend $45 just to charge for a dollar.
Oh,
Yes. It's just not right. I mean, you know, I can slowly call that. I asked Francis to bring her into me so I can see, there may be days that you have.
That's what I do.
We're
with-
certainly ready to go.
That's what I do with Robert. I always tell him, Robert, wait, I always tell him. Yeah, I did. I don't know.
is this on the record? Is this on the record?
I don't like that one on my computer, you know, the metaphor.
Are they identified in that manner with the clerk system?
Yes, the whole set will have.
Is it, because you uploaded your.
Probably should every year.
True
Or
that.
how is it been?
That's ready, yeah, talk to that.
So we're on that list.
But I think if we, I don't think that.
We started with Word.
I don't doubt
But you can clarify the building. I just don't want you to go up on a shield and then. So reference. Right, but they can do but is it clear to me what is what I'm doing? Yes.
Yeah.
Unless we don't read it. On or now I know which one.
I don't really remember.
All right, well, with that, see.
Okay. Nicholas Ford, Council, good morning. Dr. Cumming,
Good morning, again.
again, indeed, are you ready to continue?
I am.
We broke yesterday, we're having a Pall Mall unfiltered cigarette, correct?
Well, actually, we were talking about the filtered one yesterday.
Well, I think
I think we're talking specifically about reconstituted blends of tobacco that were going in. American Tobacco Company that included palm oil, their gold filtered version as well as their unfiltered red version. And I want to know of palm oil reds, okay?
Okay.
All right. And actually, I wanted to talk about a document discussed on direct with Mr. Page, and that's a April 29 document that mentioned a compound government, okay?
Okay.
And that would be plaintiff's exhibit PT 1931. And in this document, researchers are adding nicotine to some tobacco stem, not the leaf itself, in research cigarettes to compare nicotine yields in that cigarette to nicotine yields in palm oil, right?
Correct.
All right. So can we pull up that document now? Let's pull up that. Exactly. Thank you for that. All right. And it says smoke analysis control in special TC-22. Control was the palm oil red unfiltered cigarette testing again, and then the special TC-22 is a cigarette treated with this added nicotine to the stem to test, right?
That's right.
And they say both control and special were made road designed cigarette paper, so they had the exact same type of paper that was used to roll the tobacco, right?
That's right.
And in testing 5 milligrams per cigarette, they show 1.6 milligrams for the standard palm oil red unfiltered.
Number 6.
Yep, and then the special TC-22, they show 2.15, correct?
Correct.
And this is just showing the list of results of a smoke analysis below the base for the 0.17 in the control and 0.24 in that special version of a cigarette, right?
That's right.
You don't know whether that blend that was being experimented with, this T, and in the palm oil sold to the public, right?
That's correct.
And you're aware, though, that the FTC issued reports over the years to nicotine yields in milligrams for different cigarette blends, right?
Correct. In fact, you see the standard blend for the listed below
Right.
in this memo.
And so
Using stems in the recon where they've added nicotine, that's the special TC.
right, that's the TC-22.
Right.
You pull that down. Thank you.
So this is looking at the 1.6, just referring to, I think it's 16 or 17% at this time of the standard palm oil was the man tobacco.
And I think that's part of what we looked at yesterday, showing the percentage of tobacco in the blend.
We did.
And I'm subject right now.
Right, the nicotine level in the recon, which was 1.6. And if you look at the total, which includes the recon plus the natural burley and bright blue pure and oriental with the man-made tobacco, which was about 16 to 17%, that recon was 1.6, but the it was closer to 1.9, 1.87, something like that.
And you know, Dr. Cummings, that from 1970, using the FTC method, nicotine yields for the palm oil unfiltered cigarette fluctuated just 1.7 milligrams, right?
Go to the FTC reports. I don't. Just, you know, you have to look at the reports. I'm sure you've got them.
Well, we can look at it, but certainly you don't expect any of those are exceeding 2.0 milligrams for Pall Mall unfiltered. Do you?
No, I would agree with that.
Now, the jury, a 1973 document by Dr. T entitled Implications and Activity pH with nicotine impact, other smoke qualities, and cigarette sales, right?
Right, we looked at it yesterday.
Exactly. You showed the jury on direct a table in that document that indicated Pall Mall unfiltered had a high that I think 9 milligrams than other cigarette brands that Dr. T was looking at in that document.
That's right.
But isn't it true that a number of popular non-filtered and filtered cigarette brands had as high or higher FTC?
Probably true. I haven't, I'd have to look at the FTC reports, but I
Okay.
would accept those.
I would ask to admit exhibit AZ 8225. seeking admission as added to this would only be for monitoring purposes, and we will provide, I'll put up on the screen, for That's not.
Can I get a hard copy of that?
Okay, so there's no objection to using that portion of the motion.
This page, would you like to print? So you have it?
As soon as you can get it, I mean, you could proceed, but when it prints out, you can give it to me.
Well, I don't think you can do two. But wait a minute.
Whatever.
Even out of it. So you have it. You keep moving. Yeah, oh, thank you. Okay.
Yep, I'm clear. Thank you very much.
All right. So I got that. All right, Dr. Kemp, 1967 is the first year that the FTC reports hard nicotine yields of cigarettes sold in the United States, correct?
I believe that's
The FTC had a method for by machine, and in the course of doing so, measuring the amount of smoke or measuring within. Correct.
That's right. There were a variety of methods that existed, and they adopted a standard method so that the companies all protocol for machine testing of cigarettes.
And part of that standardized testing included on the machines down to a 23 millimeter butt, right?
That's right.
And to the extent that the length of the filter and overlap plus 3 millimeters.
That's right.
Okay. And because all non-filter cigarettes were machine smoked, the greater number of puffs, the longer rod of the Pall Mall would give as it smoked that 20 compared to a shorter cigarette would be reflected in those tar and nicotine yields, right?
Sure.
the numbers for Pall Mall itself. I don't know if see that now. So for Pall Mall, and we have beside it the type, NF being non-filtered, right?
Filtered, and the SP stands for soft pack. And so you can see and hard, it's got the hard pack.
Right, and the Pall Mall that we highlighted, the non-filter soft, correct?
That's right.
All right, and so we see here that it is showing tar yield of nicotine yield of 1.6, right?
That's right.
And so that's 1967 testing by the FTC. And we look at other cigarettes at the time and look and see how they compare. So for example, red, the Raleigh, and that's a non-filtered cigarette as well, correct?
That's, yes, it is.
And so it has 8 milligrams of tar and 1.98 milligrams of nicotine, right?
Correct.
And above that, this brand called Commander, right?
Correct.
And that's also a non-filtered cigarette that method is showing 28.1 milligrams of tar and 1.79 milligrams of nicotine. And then let's go to the other page. Maybe it's on that chart lower down where you see some other brands like
Winston's right in the center. You're looking for it. Keep going down. Right there.
good. I see it now. Actually, look at the 100 millimeter. Let's look for the 100 millimeter Winston. If we can find it. You have that in the Marlboro as well. There's the Marlboro. So we can look at Marlboro. There we go. Okay, there's the Winston and Marlboro right beside each other. Okay.
Okay.
The Winston, and this is for the 100 millimeter, which I guess is a F stands for filter.
Yes.
Okay.
M stands for menthol. So this is a menthol soft pack.
Sure. And so there, that particular 2 milligrams of tar, 1.66 milligrams of nicotine, right?
That's right.
And Marlboro just below it is the filter 85 millimeters, and it's 24.4 milligrams of tar and 1.72 milligrams of nicotine, right? So the Marlboro, that 85 would actually be, understand this correctly, that'd be a cigarette shorter than the Pall Mall in the sense of the tobacco rod because it has a filter on it.
Filter makes no difference. However, people smoke for nicotine, so they titrate the nicotine levels to their need.
My point, just for tobacco rod, the Marlboro has less, or the Marlboro would have less tobacco as nicotine in it, right? By yield.
Using the standardized approach, when you actually do the look at biomarkers, how much nicotine they actually get in their system, it really matters very little because people titrate to their nicotine. A lot of individual variability in what people need for nicotine, but you want to know for nicotine to get their dose that they need to fill up those receptors that I talked about yesterday.
So in other words, some people would smoke marble and the FTC is showing. Some may smoke Pall Mall and get less nicotine with the FTC test is showing.
Yeah, it's an interaction between the design, what you're burning, how tightly packed it is, whether you've got expanded tobacco, which sort of makes the tobacco, which affects the burn rate of the product. There's a lot of factors in the design, but also how people smoke the cigarette. How long they hold those puffs in their mouth, how deeply they inhale the smoke. And again, people smoke for daily smokers, and they titrate to their level of nicotine that they need. So as long as there's enough in the design of the product, they will smoke that product to get their nicotine. That's what we call compensation. Some people have to smoke more cigarettes. It's another.
Okay. And I appreciate that. I think you touched on compensation and direct. I really want to continue focusing on the
Sure.
FTC test method and yield. Isn't it true that in 1984-85, the FTC method would have been decreased actually to 1.3 milligrams of nicotine?
I believe that's true. They're going down in terms of tar and nicotine levels of the products in terms of the standardized testing methods. Design features the amount of reconstituted tobacco used in the blend, expanded tobacco in the blend, paper, so the paper that they roll the cigarette in, you can laser vent holes in it, and that affects the air coming into the machine. It's diluted with air, so that affects the readings. There are a lot of things that impact those readings.
Sure. Isn't also true that in 1984, using that FTC method, there were nearly 20 cigarette brands in yield that was as higher than Pall Mall.
I haven't done that analysis. I don't dispute what the FTC reports show.
Okay, well, let's add that. Then would be exhibit AZ 8277, which would be for demonstrative purposes only. One would go to the FTC is using to test cigarettes is the same method as they were using in 1967 based on what we talked about.
Yeah, not the method, which is standardized and was always the same. But
Okay, so
who had to do it? Originally, the government, and then a little later, I believe in the 70s, they basically said the companies could do the testing and standard protocol.
right, so the standard protocol remained the same.
Yes.
And if we go to page 5, we can see the Pall Mall, and I know we don't have the, can we,
But it's tar,
right, the first
nicotine,
number is tar, so it's 23, right?
23 milligrams of nicotine and 15 for carbon monoxide.
So, and so we had the 1.3 milligrams of nicotine. Reminder, back in 1967, the milligrams per nicotine under that yield was 1.6, right? When it's gone down from to 1.3 from 1.6, and if we enlarge this, we could, or we actually just that have other tar and nicotine yields. And so, for example, filter 1.4 is a yield for nicotine, right?
Right.
And you can see the Chester king size non-filtered is 1.5 for nicotine.
Right.
Old Gold straight king size non-filtered is 1 nicotine, right?
That is correct.
Basically, and so each of these brands below the Pall Mall we highlighted in yellow increasing yields of nicotine under this FTC test method.
Correct.
Okay. So it looks like about 19 other brands shown here had greater nicotine yields than Pall Mall at this time.
Yeah, the ones at the bottom is different. They just had more tobacco in them, more tightly packed, and also a different blend.
Thank you, Dad. And is that after 1970, advertisements for Pall Mall would have listed this FTC tar nicotine yield?
Yeah.
All right, so we have this demonstrative advertisement of Pall Mall we can show. Just an ad, if we look at the bottom for the year, we have that. So this is an ad that ran the TV guy.
Yeah.
Right? And we pull back out and says America's largest selling straight cigarette, Pall Mall,
Right.
all red.
Yes.
And then we look at the bottom, under the bottom milligrams tar, 1.7 milligrams nicotine average per cigarette, right?
That's right.
And for this one from November of 1970.
Right. You can see the year-to-year variation. So compared to the 67 report, which was 1.6.
Right, 1.6, 1.7, and then the one we looked at 1985 showed it 1.3.
Right. We also showed in that Dr. Teague's unfiltered Pall Mall and Lucky Strike, the variation from year to year.
Right, and in fact, that memo that started this discussion had Pall Mall, I think, at 1.79, right?
That's right.
So we see that it's been jumped over that period of time from the memo from Mr. Teague through this period of time in the 1970s, 1980s, right?
Well, actually, I can look at the dates as to where it would hit the 1.79. I believe in that earlier memo you showed me earlier today, the first one of the level for the unfiltered Pall Mall was at the bottom of the memo. I think it was a little hard for me to read at 1.8. It varied. You get variation, how much they were putting in the tobacco. Some of the documents, they were constantly tweaking the product.
Well, then you don't see 2.0. We haven't seen that.
I haven't
Pall
seen
Mall unfiltered.
No.
Okay.
Not from the FTC testing.
Now, Dr. Cummings, you began reviewing internal Reynolds documents, tar and filtered cigarettes when they first came out in 1998, right?
Yes.
Those R.J. Reynolds Tobacco Company documents, you found documents indicating that Reynolds is seeking to develop lower tar and nicotine products. The scientific and medical community were urging tobacco companies to do, right?
Well, not only that, because they also could have concerns would also be useful for selling. But yes, they acknowledge that Reynolds did it, and Reynolds did follow those community that urging them to lower the tar levels.
And you also found R.J. Reynolds Tobacco Company documents indicating that the scientists at Reynolds tar and nicotine products might reduce the risk of certain diseases.
Sure. Yes.
And you would agree, beginning in the 90s, health community expressly told smokers that if you cannot or will not quit smoking, switch to filtered cigarettes.
The FTC reports, you had, I think, the Cancer Society, the public health community, but at that time, they certainly were urging people, if you were going to continue to smoke, to go to the lowest tar and nicotine public service campaign.
Right, and those statements continued into the 1970s, right?
Yes.
And the public health community 80,
They
right?
did. The public health community really was misguided and they didn't know. They didn't have the
Well, let me ask you this, whether filtered cigarettes are less risky than non-filtered cigarettes, number of epidemiological studies, correct?
Sure.
And those were studies done by scientists in the public health. And since 1968, at least 50 studies have been published in the scientific literature that has concluded that filtered cigarettes, right?
Yeah.
And you would agree that Roswell Park was on the cutting edge of studying cigarettes in the 70s before you got there in 1981, right?
And the 50s. They were among the first scientists to link cigarette to cancer. Article in JAMA 1950, and they were one of the first to develop testing of tar and nicotine in the products. And
Dr. Cummings, I don't want to interrupt you. I'm just trying to move this along. And I was really talking about our epidemiological studies
sure,
about filtered cigarettes. And doctors at Roswell Park stated in the 1960s that filtered cigarettes may be safer than unfiltered cigarettes, right?
you know,
And two scientists from Roswell Park, Doctors Bross and Gibson, published an epidemiological study in 19 found that filtered cigarettes reduced the risk of lung cancer, right?
they did.
And in that study, Dr. Bross wrote is to a filtered cigarette.
You're saying unrelevant.
And you understand that the conclusion reached by Dr. Bross switches to a filtered cigarette has about a 60%.
I'm sorry, again.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Cummings, going back to my original, Dr. Bross in that study concluded that the risk for a person in the same smoking a filtered cigarette was less than someone for cancer than someone who continued to, right?
No objection.
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, the New York Times published results of the study by Dr. Bross and Dr. Gibson in 1968, right?
They did.
And the Times in that story note that Dr. Bross had found that smoking filtered cigarettes reduced the risk of cancer by 6% of a person smoking a similar amount of unfiltered cigarettes.
I haven't memorized the actual article, but I think it got picked up in the news.
Dr. Bross and Dr. Gibson was not itself in any way based upon work influenced by tobacco companies, was it?
No.
And isn't it true during the 1960s and 1970s, the American Cancer Society was encouraging smokers to switch to filtered or low tar cigarettes? And the American Cancer Society communicated that message to the public in a variety of ways.
They did.
We talked yesterday, right?
We did.
And Dr. Hammond was, just to remind everybody, a renowned, well-respected researcher in the 1950s.
Right.
And Dr. Hammond began his career as a professor at Yale and has spent most of his time.
He did.
And he started the first prospective cohort studies in the 1950s, right? That's what we talked about yesterday.
That's correct.
And in 1996, the American Cancer Society released the results from a prospective epidemiological study, which concluded that smoking was a lower risk than smoking non-filtered cigarettes.
Right. They did essentially the same thing that Dr. Brose. It was a prospective study, so they, looked at smokers who were smoking filtered versus unfiltered. They followed them forward in time, mortality and lung cancer.
And in fact, when the American Cancer Society released that study, the results were picked up by the national, right?
Yeah.
All right, let's take a look now at one of those national news stories and exhibit AN502.
No objection.
And so that is an NBC news report from September of 1976, right?
Cancer experts said today that the new low tar and low nicotine cigarettes are safer than regular. People who smoke these cigarettes still have far higher death rates than people who don't smoke at all. This news comes at a time when America more than of them. Last year, Brian Ross has more on the story. Account for 11% of all the cigarettes smoked in the country, and sales have grown in the belief such brands are less likely to cause lung cancer. And American Cancer Society says today's report is the first solid proof that low tar nicotine cigarettes are safer.
In further review, and it is far better that people don't smoke. Because many people are just then they are all smoking cigarettes with low tar nicotine and with high tar. I'm happy that people who never smoke any nicotine cigarettes, by the time they reach 40, 50, 60, that they will not have the death rate.
cigarettes. The Cancer Society report is based on a 12-year study of tens of thousands of smokers. Low tar and nicotine have less chance of lung cancer and 14% less chance of heart disease than those who smoke high tar and nicotine cigarettes. Those on low tar and nicotine cigarettes have a death rate much higher than those who don't smoke at all. Brian Walsh, and 2 victories today.
The distinguished gentleman there being interviewed in the glasses, that was Dr. Ham.
Yes. A study where they had looked at the FTC tar and nicotine levels, wasn't comparing filtered and non-filtered. It was cigarettes that had higher tar versus lower tar in terms of.
But when it came to this type of networks also picked up the results of the studies and broadcast them as news.
Yes. As Dr. Hammond said, that when people who had adopted these low tar cigarettes, when they reached the age of 40, 50, 60, that they would have a lower death rate from smoking. I can tell you what the answer is. A nice hypothesis, just in terms of the way Dr. Hammond had hoped.
And Dr. Cummings, no disrespect, but Your Honor, I would move to strike that part of his response. As Dr. Hammond noted, because that was not part of the question I asked. And researchers in charge of the American Cancer Society epidemiological study publicly released reports that they found a reduction in rates associated with decrease in tar and lower tar cigarettes, right?
Who did this?
1982, additional research from the American Cancer Society.
Yeah, they just published an updated report.
And you've seen video, news coverage of that, release of that report, right?
Yes, I have.
At this point, I would move, Your Honor, to admit Exhibit AHL 280.
No objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. We pull that, and so Dr. Cummings, what we're going to show is a 1982 news clip from ABC News reporting on this.
Okay.
One, both matters. This medical cancer prevention of the American Cancer Society says switching to low tar and low nicotine cigarettes sharply reduces or other smoking related illnesses.
All right. Now, Dr. Cummings, I want to change about filtered cigarettes, okay?
Okay.
In the year 2000, isn't it true, you testified that it had proven beyond a cigarettes do reduce the risk of lung cancer to some extent?
I did say that.
And Dr. Cummings, in the year 2000, multiple studies had shown that filtered cigarettes have reduced the risk of lung cancer.
I think I was asked the very same question. Are there 50 epidemiologic studies? And are you aware of those? Certainly, I followed that literature very carefully and acknowledged that it was published and I was aware of it.
And in the year 2000, you also testified that Reynolds had substantially reduced the tar nicotine of cigarettes, right?
Yes, based on the FTC standardized method.
And you testified in the year 2000 that the effort to lower tar nicotine content in cigarettes is a responsible goal on the part of cigarette manufacturers, given the public health community statements, correct?
Absolutely. People nicotine, but they died from the tar.
And I want to turn to a newer It was published in the Journal of the American Medical Association back in 2018. Okay? You're familiar with Dr. Benjamin Toll, correct?
Oh, yeah, I hired her.
I was going to say, he's a colleague of yours at the Hall. You have co-authored a number of papers with Dr. Toll, right?
I have.
Toll as a witness for plaintiffs against tobacco companies in lawsuits like these, haven't you?
He's an expert, or whoever he would want. I don't think he necessarily, no, yes, I have recommended that.
In fact, he has appeared and testified as an expert witness, similar to what as you're doing here today, right?
Sure.
And you're familiar with this author's title, Association of Cigarette Type with Lung Cancer Incidence and Mortality, Secondary Analysis, the National Lung.
Yes, I'm very familiar with it. I reviewed the paper and familiar with everything in that paper and the explanation for the difference between filtered and unfiltered cigarettes.
Acknowledged for your contributions made to the paper, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Online in JAMA, the Journal of American Medical Association.
Yeah, JAMA Open Network, so they're online publishing.
Your Honor, at this point, I move to admit ARJ 154.
2008 article.
2018.
Dr. Cummings, obviously you've indicated you're very familiar with the article.
I am.
You reviewed it.
Yep.
Your contributions to the article, right?
That's right.
And the information contained in it, you would certainly find authoritative, wouldn't you?
I would.
I move for admission of ARJ 154.
We would have done. But we're missing on that.
As we have to our trial, we put what we'd like in order to impeach.
Thank you. Now, why don't we present the first page of that article? So here we see the title. Association of Cigarette Type with Lung Cancer Incidence and Mortality. One screen trial, right?
Right.
And if we go to page 2, we can actually see the listed author. And we see, I think, second from the bottom is.
That's right. These are all colleagues of mine. Know them well.
In fact, the author affiliations here reflects that 6 of the 7 co-authors the Medical University of South Carolina, right?
That's right.
And of course, you believe these authors were good, reputable scientists.
Excellent scientists.
And if we go to page 3, there's a reference to additional contributions. That's why thank you for your review and comments to the article, correct?
That's right.
Go back to page 1 and look at the methods section. So under methods, colleagues write, this is a secondary data analysis of 14,123 national participants who completed detailed smoking questionnaires. We examined baseline cigarette tar level, and it says in friends, regular, light, comma, flavor, friends, unflavored or menthol, comma, and filter status, friends, filtered or unfiltered, and there's lung cancer diagnosis, mortality, and all-cause mortality. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
And, the study itself, let's go to, let's go to the, I guess. And Dr. Cummings, just to be clear, this study itself was known as a prospective clinical study.
Yeah, I mean, it was a randomized study. The National Lung Cancer Screening Trial was a trial to allow those who got a particular kind of lung screening, spiral CT scanning of the lung versus the traditional chest. They randomized the patients and then they followed them forward to see if there were differences, not only in the diagnosis, we were found to be earlier stage of diagnosis, and then whether that made a difference in terms of lung. That's the basis for now recommending lung cancer screening for anybody who has a PAC year history of 30 PAC years or more, which was the criteria to get into the study, as well as age, 50 and older. And of course, they asked people smoking behavior as part of the baseline, the types of cigarettes they were smoking at the time that they entered my trial. Recruitment for that trial occurred in the early part of around 2008 is when they launched the study, and it took them everybody, and then they've been reporting out the results since. Very important trial for early detection of lung cancer.
Highlighted here, I want to read it. It says, after adjustment, unfiltered cigarette smokers were nearly 40% of cancer and nearly twice as likely to die of lung cancer compared with those who smoked filtered cigarettes. Did I read that correctly?
Found that a difference here between unfiltered and filtered when you even did an adjustment for things like age and amount smoked and so on. We did not find any difference for people smoking low tar or light cigarettes or ultralight cigarettes versus cigarettes.
So Dr. Cummings, just to be clear, the study did show there's a statistically significant increased risk of lung cancer among smokers of cigarettes compared to smokers of filtered cigarettes, right?
Yeah, just to be clear, it found an association, not causation. Second column towards the end of that paragraph, it explains why you see the difference.
How is that? Because I think you said that it's because the filtered cigarettes had less tobacco being burned than the
That's one explanation, and that's probably the primary. There are a variety of factors that differ in terms of the design features of cigarettes, but one of the predominant differences is just how much tobacco you're burning, and the amount of tobacco you burn, independent or honored or not, will influence the likelihood of getting exposed to those chemicals that cause.
And so let's go to the second page today for one of the conclusions highlighted there. This study confirms that smoking any type of cigarette conveys serious health risks within the context of the cigarettes are dangerous, and individuals who smoke them should be targeted for aggressive tobacco treatment interventions. Did I read that correctly?
Where it's about more tobacco, which was the explanation. But it is useful because the unfiltered smokers, because they smoke tobacco to be burned, and therefore exposure to greater amounts of tar. If you're looking for profile eligible for screening for lung cancer, which the screening itself carries some risks, so we're always trying to identify those who would early detection, those who were smoking the unfiltered cigarettes because of the greater weight of tobacco.
When you mentioned screening, why don't we go back to page net? Yes. Portion we can also show the jury. I think this is what you're maybe referencing under the discussion. It says this study evaluated mortality in based on the type of cigarette smoked and found that smoking unfiltered cigarettes is associated with significantly higher lung cancer. There is no difference in lung cancer outcomes when comparing light, ultralight, or menthol smokers with regular cigarettes.
But that's not what I was referring to. I was referring to the paragraph below.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize that. Well, let's go to the paragraph. This study confirms that smoking filtered and unfiltered cigarettes is a risk of lung cancer incidence and mortality, and is consistent with other studies in the literature. Identifying individuals rightly from aggressive tobacco treatment, although filtered cigarettes fared better than unfiltered cigarettes. Right? This study demonstrated lung cancer mortality in filtered cigarette smokers to be 1,600 per 100 compared with never smoking cohort, which is 34 lung cancer deaths per 100,000 persons. Cigarettes observed in this study and others likely reflects filtered cigarette design features, including the amount, density, and blend, additives, and filter paper porosity. And then further evidence suggests that despite adoption of new cigarette design, cigarette smoking continues to pose.
Okay.
And then there's one other portion that we had I wanted to read as well.
Okay.
Right. Well, that comes actually, I think I did already apologize for that. Your Honor, I see it's 12:30. If Your Honor would like to take that break.
Your Honor, I was just asking in the first paragraph, and the first sentence of the second paragraph, other of the article, otherwise I can do it on paper.
Yeah. Lunch break, at this point, we can be back at 1:45.
Good, guys.
Come on. I gotta come back and fix some of this, my outline, so I gotta be back and look at it.
Right, when you were 30, you learned that.
Definitely.
Have a good lunch. You'll have a good lunch.
Yeah.
Which is the goal? Huh? This one, the black one?
Big one. I had a big one yesterday. You bought it today?
Brought it up with me. Unless I left it in the,
Pass through the, stop over there and see if they got it.
That's 1, 2, 1, 2.
I always take care of Thanksgiving. All the way through. So Nancy, you still have your RV?
Yeah. Same one, we actually last fall downsized.
Did you?
Yeah, because, well, the other one was getting, my husband's house real bad. And it was literally on a bus chassis with
Right.
the two axles in the
Right.
back and the whole bit.
So we.
You know?
Did you
So
have
we-
Class A or Class C or what is this?
We ended up getting a Super C. It has a Ford 550 front and it's, I wish we'd gotten 35 now, I know. But I feel good about driving it, you know.
You have
It's
a diesel,
new,
you had
so.
a diesel pusher before?
This was diesel too, though.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. And it gets 14 miles. Yeah. Owning my Jeep, you know.
The nice
But
thing about the Jeep is you just hook it up and go. You don't have to. drop
yeah,
anything.
oh, it's great. Yeah,
My mom-
except I've not got to learn it actually this weekend. So,
When I was a kid, we had a motor on a 27-foot tractor.
Uh-huh. Oh, geez.
Dropped it, she would have to drop the transmission on the car that would pull along. a little
Oh,
Mazda.
yeah, see,
That was the old days.
this is an Jeep Grand Cherokee. Yeah, it's just pushing some buttons and stuff. Yeah, I'm not gonna go through all, you know.
Yeah.
But, yeah, the other thing, it was just more than I wanted to do backing up and
Yeah.
dealing all that with. Whereas this, I can now, and it's new, so we don't have all the maintenance. The other one was getting older, and my husband could do it, but he's going there after next, and that's why I can only stay through next Friday. He's getting, going to Johns Hopkins to get pacemaker and leads replaced.
Oh, well.
Long, he's had a pacemaker since he was
All right,
26,
so they got like cut them
so
out.
it's not good.
No.
And so, you know,
Do this. Can you do that? Uh-huh. Yeah. Well, I hope he does well in surgery.
I appreciate that. We're taking the motor home up for a way, but that's so that I can drive it back and we can take like 3 or 4 days because I don't want to fly afterwards. But
What do I do with 629 and 2199? What do you mean?
92 and 2199?
619 you're gonna add.
And what about
2199 you have to also. But I have it on board with 3 of them. Like this one here. sure you have everything, when we go through order with you.
Yeah, go ahead. No.
523, 999, wait, that's not 23, okay? 5835 on PDR 8. On 8, and I'm doing PDRY 005. That's 08013. That's fire. Mine is 83. I can have to use it. Concord, okay. PDRY 7. 5. 7. 5 is a big one now. Okay. Video, well, that's what it says. Where do you have the compound W? I'm down, I moved it out. Okay. 1877, okay. 9. Okay. I don't know what part of it, so that's the FP6. PT044 2717. That's 7. Yeah, okay. 32 and all these others 3291. Okay. 607. 28. Oh, I thought you said you wanted to use that. What is it? What is it? That was this, the Phil Morris. So I don't know. Oh, so that is 607-178. What is 178? Go off and you have to take it out, so you don't want to look it up. 2 hours. 907-1. Yeah. 1974. I get so much junk. I always want to like quit. You should go back to the digital paper. You're looking at after that, Robert. Let's see what it is. If you want to wait, don't want to wait for me.
I haven't seen it.
Well, I don't move on myself. I have to worry about it.
Did you?
Guys who love smoking. Did you find this? What is it? Well, I don't know what it is. It's just in my outline. Like, I did more research. What's 178? This is 178. You want to put this in? You want me to use it or not? Well, dude, I put it in. You want me to put it in? You're not gonna do this. No. I'm gonna find it. Look, I'm just trying to figure out how to look. Okay, let's get back to this. Let's come into this. It looks like the map. You want me to put it in? All right, ready? Yep. So 3291. You really want to print it out and do it. Sorry about the After what? After 3291? Yeah, after 3291. 68. I mean, I thought you had all of them. I do this to you right now. I have 206 up there. That's the one. 268 and 1930. Then I want you to do 0014. You have this one. I'll tell you which one. Yeah, so I have a better copy. You want to put a PT number? No. Right? The whole first paragraph. Sentence of the second paragraph. prevention. Yeah. Okay. I go to this paragraph, yeah. And then second page, okay. This, look at it. Okay, I'll do the last sentence. Starting with important. Do that. 692, yeah. I know, I had a bit of it. So. So why don't you print out everything that we need to print for them in the meantime, right? I can. Well, what if you, the judge's not going to take a half an hour break from either of his comments. Let's just 30 minutes. So bear it, print it out while you're working or no? Well, it's ready to go right now. And then you then get through that. What do you think? Take an hour and a half? Yeah, what do you do when you keep getting this stupid thing that says like, you try? Why do you do that? It's brain over there. Where's Trop? He disappear again? Let's go grab him. I had Jimmy goodbye at 20 umbrellas. This. Can you go into the AOL thing and just attach it? I know. I'm not even on the internet. I mean, I guess I could just bring my screen over there. But can't you just take it out? Yeah, you don't have to try it. It's on. That out, I might be able to what's the name now. Here, what? At least you have that one, like you get enough of the slide. The same, like, start with that one. You wanna put that out, maybe put that here, like, you know what I mean? So that's it. And like. Just under these. Oh, I left in the bathroom. You got that?
No, but I sent there an evidence.
No, why should I put that up?
Look at that.
I'll put that in there. I need, I'm sure when I add. But at least we have this. You know, we need it, right? Can you do the next one, page numbers up when we do again? There it is. Oh. So. This lady had to pick up her kid by whatever time, 6 o'clock or whatever. The other state lady said somebody else was late in the morning, so we think it's fine. So she's like, we're sorry. One of them can't make it on time. She should do something. You know, that's what- I feel horrible. I know.
Yeah, but
It's really cool.
particularly $7, isn't that
I just want to be like fully. That's really. Not even subpart, 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 subpart. Fully.
I think we. All right, Jason, well, thank you so much. Well, thank you. Holy, actually. So how are the lunch options? Figure here compared to also.
Except on lotion.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Has any time?
Oh, yes, it's really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He does.
Yeah, I know it's really.
different versions of filtered cigarettes.
They did.
These cigarettes were advertised and promoted by the companies, right?
Yes, they did.
And for example, the American Tobacco Company introduced Pall Mall unfiltered red, we mentioned yesterday, and added a filter and called it Pall Mall Gold, right? And they advertised and promoted that Pall Mall Gold filtered cigarette, didn't they?
They did.
In 1950, filtered cigarette market was probably about under 1% of the total. And by 1960, 60% of the cigarettes smoked in the United States were the filtered cigarettes, weren't they?
Right.
1970, the filtered cigarette market was up to about 70 or 80%, right?
About 70%.
And the smokers are smoking filtered cigarettes, weren't they?
That's true.
I want to talk about, I want to go back to a discussion you had about taking mint out of cigarettes, okay?
Okay.
And I want to go through a little history of cigarettes with tobacco, all right?
Okay.
And you're aware that over 100 years ago, the U.S. government spent considerable tobacco containing little nicotine, right?
They were involved, the Department of Agriculture was involved in issues around tobacco in terms of its growing, different species and so on.
Right. At this point, Your Honor, I move to admit AWS 61.
No objection.
So, Dr. Cummings, this is a book called The Monthly Consular and Trade Reports from July through September of 1907, Department of Commerce, right?
I'll accept your representation.
Okay. It would, I think it was found at the University of California Library, printed in the United States Government Printing Office.
Correct.
You've seen this before, haven't you?
Maybe, I don't know. I've seen
Okay.
a lot of things over my 25 years of doing this. They show us.
All right. Actually, I think I had the privilege of showing this one to you, but we'll continue. Let's go to the first page. That's all right. And what we see here is, go ahead and pull that up. Report from Consul General Frank H. Mason, who's stationed in Paris, preparing of nicotineless tobacco in France. You see that?
Yeah.
When popularly known as Caparol, and I barely speak English, so French is not good on me, but I think that Dade. So-called nicotineless tobacco in France is simply ordinary Caparol tobacco, which is with water until the ordinary proportion of 2.5% of nicotine has been reduced to 1%. Using in pipe and for the manufacture of cigarettes, which find a certain flavor among smokers who prefer a light flavor or who by reason of nervous or cardiac weakness are wary of nicotine. Now, did I read that correctly?
You did.
So here we have in 1906, a member of the American government preparing a report on the manufacture and sale of what's called nicotineless tobacco. Nicotineless tobacco is being used both as a pipe tobacco and in the manufacturing of cigarettes.
Yeah,
And they're doing an extraction tobacco leaf by washing it with water, according to the report, right?
yes, that's one of the common methods.
And so more than 100 years ago, recognition that you can remove tobacco or nicotine from tobacco, right?
You could reduce it, yes.
And the process, according to the report, it reduces it from about 2.5% to 1%, right?
Well, the method they're using, but it depends on how hot the water.
All right, let's go to page 119 of the report. And the author then comments on the process and is facilitated by the use of automatic machinery, but it requires careful and constant supervision by a skilled and trustworthy in order that a uniform product containing the specified percentage of nicotine may be obtained. Capital do tobacco shops in packages of 50 grams for 80 centime, $1.46 per pound. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
So again, more than 100 years ago, it was known in tobacco. And with careful use, you could reduce that nicotine to a certain percentage, right?
That was mentioned in this government document. I don't think it was known to consumers.
Well, look at a different document then, and that would be, Your Honor, move AWS 62 to be admitted. Okay, thank you, Your Honor. So this exhibit is a book entitled Tobacco Mysteries Exposed and Habit Conquered. This is by a Dr. Lewis Krause,
Yes,
and you've seen this before, haven't you?
you probably showed it to me.
Okay. I think we could turn over the publication date. There we go. 1917, right? All right, let's go to page 15, please. All right, so this about tobacco mysteries exposed says that the general tendency is to a demand for mild tobaccos. Mild tobacco contains a very small percentage of nicotine. Hence, certain recent experiments conducted in Gainesville, Pennsylvania, which have had for their object the breeding of new tobacco varieties, quote, low in nicotine. All right, so this is referring to experiments that the government is conducting, manipulating nicotine through genetic modification of the tobacco.
Referred to as hybridization, where you're crossing different species of tobacco plants.
Next. On that page. And then Dr. Krause writes, it consists of selection through a series of seasons, the seeds used for planting being taken in every instance from plants whose leaves have to contain the smallest percentage of alkaloids, and nicotine's an alkaloid, right?
Yes.
And experts might be carried too far. The experts might obtain varieties that contain almost no nicotine, for which they would hardly find a market. So it is nicotine that makes tobacco what it is. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
So part of what Dr. Krause is reporting is, I think, the crossbreeding of being able to reduce nicotine levels in plants over the different crop seasons.
That's right.
Right? And he's also nicotine to the satisfaction of the smoker, right?
Yeah.
And he's recognizing, Dr. Krause here, that nicotine is a, right?
Sure.
And he points out that experts might tobacco varieties with almost no nicotine, for which they hardly find a market. Can we go to that next highlight on this page, please? Dr. W.W. Garner, in charge of the experiments at Landville, Pennsylvania, beginning with tobacco leaves that had three, has reduced the percentage by his method to 1 1/3%. He has, according to with not more than 1/2 of 1% of nicotine, but this is too little to satisfy the average smoker. So he's saying with this crossbreeding method, this one individual's been able to reduce the 3.5% as far down as 1/2 of 1%. Generally, from 3.5% to 1/3%, right?
Right.
Okay. And in fact, haven't you said about looking at this page of this book, that it's pointing through genetic engineering, and that there's a minimum amount that below which would cause.
So it's consistent with that, my opinion is that you can make cigarettes non-addictive, yes. And there certainly has been technology, which is crossbreeding, extraction, genetic manipulation through DNA, like the film earlier this week.
Right. And that's what Dr. Krause is explaining back in 1970.
In many ways, with crossbreeding, you can crossbreed for higher levels of nicotine, for medium levels, for low level. You can crossbreed tobacco plants, and mostly what the Department of Agriculture was doing at this time was experimenting with cross to facilitate the growth of tobacco, to prevent pests, bugs, and so on, to strains of tobacco grow more rapidly, are less affected by weather changes and so on. Not only by the Department of Agriculture, but by the cigarette companies as well.
All right. And Dr. Cummings will get to that. Is from Dr. Krause in his book. Let's go to page 17. And he, the tobacco industry is exposed. He says these poisons have been isolated by scientific analysis and identified as follows. And we see there, among others, he's got arsenic, cyanide, and formaldehyde identified, right?
What he says.
Okay. And that's 1917. And you've discussed with Mr. Page a document that was discussed taking nicotine out of cigarettes as well, right?
I have.
And that would be Plaintiff's Exhibit PT-280, improving the taste and character of cigarette tobacco by the American Tobacco Company in 1935, right?
Right.
And you know that American Tobacco Company in the 1930s that it maintained rigid control over the level of nicotine in cigarettes, right? Just look at that's on right there. And this booklet was created and printed to distribute to the public, or really to physicians at the time, right?
Yeah, it's a promotion for their Lucky Strike, which at the time was promoting their Lucky Strike blend. It hosted that American Tobacco had been doing on their cigarette brand since 1980.
All right, well, let's turn to page 4. We can see that reference. Then at that page 4, the pamphlet itself. I think this is what you're referencing.
Yeah, we showed this to the jury.
Since 1911, the research department of the American Tobacco Company has had the following objective: to control and modify by treatment cigarettes so as to produce the desired characteristics in their smoke, right?
That's right.
And one of those elements had to do with controlling nicotine content, right?
Well, they commented on controlling nicotine irritants.
So let's pull up page 6. It's possible to, quote, denicotinize, close quote, a cigarette by chemical and thermal methods. The makers of Lucky Strike from this because, 1, such removal of nicotine cannot be secured without affecting adversely the taste constituents. And 2, such removal of nicotine produces an emasculated cigarette shorn of the very quality of a cigarette character and appeal. I read that correctly?
You did.
And so the American Tobacco Company wasn't keeping any secret that it maintained cigarettes in 1935, right?
I don't dispute that they produced this, pamphlet. That the companies control and manipulate nicotine. That's something that actually they said they don't do.
This pamphlet, they're certainly noting this, and we go to page 7, and they talk about it as well. And here they say, on the other hand, rigid control of nicotine content requisite for a genuinely satisfactory cigarette, right?
Right.
And control, they actually put in italics.
I think Murray Senkis in 1974 internally talked about the need to have a satisfactory smoking, and the fact that they engineer their product to have sufficient amount of nicotine to create nicotine.
And this is, of course, not an internal document. This is a pamphlet we're looking at from 1935 that's being distributed to physicians.
Part of the marketing for Lucky Strike. Yes.
And we look at the next page, on page 8, it actually talks about the manufacturing process for the cigarettes, doesn't it?
Yes.
So this section is called Control of Physical Properties, and it says, by definition, control in manufacture means to maintain constant all of those attributes, both chemical and physical, which combine to character, especially in relation to the composition of the smoke. Did I read that correctly?
Yeah.
And so when it talks about maintaining consistency for those attributes from the prior page, one of those attributes is nicotine level, right?
Absolutely. Well, nothing happened.
And as we discussed yesterday, you can find books published in the 20s and the 1930s that talk about.
Okay.
One of the books we looked at yesterday is Mr. McAlee, for example.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Nick. Dr. Cummings, I also want to talk about cigarette brands that were marketed as denicotized cigarettes. You're certainly, that went by the name King Santa.
Well, King Sano, I think, was a brand introduced in the 50s, but they had a prior brand called Sano that was introduced.
I think it's United States Tobacco Company, but we'll get to that.
Well, bonded tobacco in the 1920s, I think it was. And it became marketed as King Sano under United States Tobacco, which sold tobacco products, in other words, snuff and chewing tobacco.
King Sano itself, 1954, right?
That's right.
And it remained on the market to at least somewhere like 1978. Didn't it?
It did. In different versions of the product, and some were pulled off the market earlier, but there was a King Sano.
I think as you were mentioning before King Sano, there was actually the Sano Unfiltered that was introduced in around 1928.
Yeah, by manufacturer. And there were some other brands as well. Onico, I think, was one of them.
Right.
There were a few others.
And back to my original question, though, the original Sano Unfiltered also stayed on the market like the King Sano to around 1978 or so, right?
The King Sano, there was a version of King Sano that was on the market until 1978.
Advertisements for these cigarettes from earlier in time, and at this point, Your Honor, I moved to exhibit ARJ. ARJ 236. So, Dr. Cummings. Sorry?
Speed it along a little bit. It might, if you just say, hey, it's an ad, I don't even have to look. So
Okay.
I'm just,
That's not very diligent looking at your list. I just want.
no, I'm gonna say, if you want to, you can just say it's an ad and I'll say okay.
Okay, great. Anything speed along would be great. All right. Ad for Sano from 1941, right?
Right.
And you've seen this before, haven't you?
Yeah, the Health Cigar Company.
And if we look at a couple of features to this ad, at the very top, it talks about nicotine content being signed. Right? And if we look at the write-up on the ad itself, it says Sano cigarettes are in a sure way to reduce your patient's nicotine intake. Some Sano provide a substantial reduction in necessary to procure definite physiological improvement. With Sano, there's no question about the amount of nicotine elimination. With Sano, you encounter none of these variable factors involved in methods which merely attempt to extract nicotine from tobacco. Nicotine is actually removed from the tobacco itself. Sano guarantees always less than 1% nicotine, right? And you look further down, it actually offers free professional, as you pointed out, coming from the Health Cigar Company, Inc., out of New York, right?
Yeah, Sano is sold primarily as a mail order product. So you have to write to the company and then they would send you a packs, and here they were offering to send free packs as part of their promotion.
Timeframe, some physicians believe that nicotine was a constituent in cigarettes that was harmful to the smoker, right? And I think, as you have said, the perception of something that was milder and perceived by consumers and doctors and communicated in advertising that would.
Yeah, when we talk about milder, the perception at this time, including among doctors and scientists, was less irritating nicotine is a harsh chemical, so reducing the amount of nicotine the throat, making it easier to inhale. Of course, the Sano had sufficient amount of nicotine that would have made that cigarette still addictive. It wasn't
Yeah.
below the threshold.
Well, it was being marketed and advertised.
Sure.
And we'll go to exhibit ARJ 236, which is another.
No objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is a 1952 Sano cigarette ad. And you used it before too, right?
Yeah.
And of course, it's advertising as less than 1% nicotine. And it says in Sano cigarette. For a moment. Yet as satisfying as they're sensible, right?
Yep.
At the bottom, it also talks about receiving a trial supply,
Yes.
just as the other one did.
Right. They also made pipe tobacco as well.
And I think 1952 is when they're being sold by the United States Tobacco Company, right?
It was in the 50s, and this was their 70 millimeter at their filtered version they introduced in 54.
And let's look at one more version of these advertisements. It's ARJ 232, which is another Sano ad.
No objection.
Recognizes an ad that was in the Saturday Evening Post, right?
Yes,
From 1959.
with the filter tip.
Right, this is the one that was introduced basically in the mid-50s, right?
Right, and the notion of king was the addition of the filter on the column of tobacco.
And it says in the ad, think you're smoking too much with a question mark. And it says, through the testing in the early 1950s also showed that denicotized cigarette brands like Sano still had over nicotine tobacco rod when compared to a conventional unfiltered cigarette at the time, like a Lucky Strike or a Camel.
Consumer Reports study that was done in the 1950s, and
I
if
think
that's
it-
what you're referring to, I would say yes.
Yes, so your report by Consumers Research Bulletin in May of 1952.
Yes, I am.
All right, Your Honor, I move to admit AR. It's what Dr. Cummings just identified as Consumers Research Bulletin.
No objection.
Pull that up. All right, so this is the front cover of that, right? To the article itself now. And the title of the article is not that highlight, please. Says a subject of much interest to CR over a period of years has been the amount of nicotine present in cigarettes, particularly in cigarettes of a number of brands in which it has been reduced by some sort of processing or in which the cigarettes have been made of tobaccos which are naturally low content. Some tobaccos have less than 1% on a dry weight basis. Present study deals with the nicotine available in the tobacco as the cigarette is smoked. I read that correctly?
You did.
And then just below it, it talks a little bit about the test process or test procedure used. It says nicotine on the tobacco and the smoke of 5 brands of denicotinized and 2 brands of quote.
Yes, they don't actually describe the testing method, so it doesn't map on to what the FTC protocol was that we talked about.
And Nick, if we go to the right, let's see. Up there, is that where it is? Maybe the next page. go to that top of that right page, the determination of, before that, just give a little description. Determination of nicotine was done by the office gravimetric procedure of the Association of Official Agricultural Chemists, using cigarettes of each brand, 3 from each of 4 packages. So they're kind of cross-referencing the different cigarettes, right?
Yes.
Standard apparatus in 2/3 of each cigarette, leaving a butt of 23 millimeters, was smoked by taking a 2-second 35 cubic centimeter, right? So, all right, and so let's go to actually where it talks about the test itself. I think that's the chart we got. There we go. So we pull that up, quote unquote regular cigarettes, which they use Camel and Lucky Strike, right?
Yes.
And then the what they call the denicotinized cigarette brands. I think these are the ones you mentioned before: Carl Henry, Lords, Sackett, Onico, and of course Sano, the one we've been looking at for the advertising, right? And it has on the chart both milligrams per cigarette, which would be the amount of in each cigarette rod of the cigarette, right?
I believe so, yes.
And then percent by weight of tobacco, correct?
Yes.
All right.
So percent by weight is, I think, by grams, so 1.8 milligrams per gram.
Sure. Camel and Lucky Strike in this time frame have 18.5 and 17.5 milligrams of tobacco. And if we look at the denicotinized cigarette brands, they have between half and it looks like 12.5 milligrams per cigarette in the tobacco in that rod.
Right. And when you look at the column, is the smoke amount.
Yes.
And it's about a 10-to-1 ratio. So what you have in the rod connected into the smoke and burn the cigarette is about a 10-to-1 ratio. Typically, that's the average. You can see that works out here.
So if you were to average the milligram, the amount of nicotine in the tobacco rod cigarettes, you would average about 11.5, just maybe under 11.5 milligrams per nicotine. Right?
Yeah, for the ones that are the so-called denic cigarettes. Yes.
And you don't want, I'll represent to you, I've looked at this, and for the Camel cigarette, what they're showing for nicotine in the rod is about 50% of what's in the Camel cigarette.
Yes.
And likewise, it's about 65% of what. So we're talking about reductions of between 35 and 38%, right?
Yes.
But look at the article a bit more, I think next page. For comparison will be a quote regular blank brand close quote cigarette will contain 5 denicotinized brands averaged about 11 milligrams or half as much per cigarette, and it says a cigar milligrams.
Right.
Right.
Right. Cigars usually have more tobacco in them.
So then we look further down that. Says the analysis showed that so-called denicotinized cigarettes did contain less nicotine than the 2 brands of regular cigarettes. Their advantage, however, in nicotine content was not as great as, and we'll see the next page. The casual reader of the advertising might suppose in noting such terms as, quote, denicotinized nicotine, quote, guaranteed less than 1% nicotine in the blend, close quote, or quote, bulk of nicotine
You did.
All right. Then a little bit less down, we did a kind of summary. Less than 1% nicotine until it's compared to the regular brands, which show about 2% nicotine content. That has regular cigarette on a weight basis as a point of reference, right?
Yep.
All right. Now I want to talk about these brands for DNIT, et cetera, and addiction, because you've noted that the Sano and King Sano brands of the cigarettes were addictive, right?
For example, you really need to get the tobacco in the rod level down to about 0.0, where it doesn't have the reinforcing effects, and no matter how you smoke those cigarettes, safe. That's what the studies show. So these brands obviously were much higher than that, but not surprising. Time period when these brands were being sold, and people wanted to sell more cigarettes, so you had to have enough nicotine in them to do it, even though they could have taken the nicotine out.
Saying that the Carl Henry, the Lords, the Sackett, the Sano, the King Sano, the Onico, all being advertised as denicotized themselves, even with reduced nicotine as they're being marketed at this time, were all addictive.
Being claimed that was used for those brands is not an indication of whether those cigarettes would create and sustain nicotine. That they had sufficient amount of nicotine to create and sustain nicotine dependence.
Now, testified patents that you identified going back in the 1920s for removing nicotine from tobacco, right?
Yes, 20s, 30s, 40s, right up in my patents that talk about that.
And those patents would be about a denicotization process of various names, right? And the different brands that we we're just talking about, the Consumers Union was reporting on in the 50s. When you say they were addictive, you would say that in fact, all those brands that were classified with the marketing term denicotinized probably had created nicotine addiction as similar to Pall Mall, right?
Potentially, that's true. You obviously did not do those done with looking at the threshold level of nicotine that have been done scientifically since that time.
Moving forward to the patents of over the years, patents themselves are public patent, right?
Yes.
And isn't it true that Reynolds obtained a patent in 1964 that allowed it to remove 50% of the nicotine in this technology in its cigarettes?
Yeah, companies have been using denicotinized tobacco, reconstituted Reynolds in commercial brands in 1950, I think Camel, but the process of the man-made tobacco, which involves, taking stems and the dust and waste material, grinding it up and extracting out of it, has been around for many decades, even before it became commercial.
And Dr. Cummings, I'm not necessarily trying to talk about just the patents on denicotization, so let's focus on that. And
well, a lot of the patents deal with create of extracting the nicotine that could then be used to put back in cigarettes with greater control.
Patent and Your Honor, move for exhibit PT 2334 to be admitted.
No objection.
Pull this up. Published from the U.S. Patent Office, and it is noted as a process of removing nicotine And this was issued to Glenn P. Moser in Louisville, North Carolina, as an assignor to the R.J. Reynolds Tobacco Company, right? This is dated actually from 1961, but the patent was actually received, or that's granted in 1964, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
All right, so if we look at the bottom on the right-hand corner of the page, it gives a little bit of description of.
Yes.
It says a good idea of the effectiveness of the subject process may be obtained from the material. And the material balance set forth in table 1, the calculated values presented therein are based on the process pounds of tobacco having a nicotine content of 3.5% with removal of 50% of the nicotine. Right? And then in describing that process, pull that up there. Notes that this invention relates to a process for removing nicotine from tobacco, and more particularly to a process for removing wherein the nicotine and the reagents employed for removing the nicotine are recovered. It is known in the art of tobacco and ammonia, or excuse me, with ammonia and steam. This process involves treating tobacco and ammonia in order to the nicotine from the salts in which it is present in the tobacco by replacing it with ammonia. The free nicotine and ammonia removed from the tobacco with the aid of steam. This method is generally satisfactory with respect to removal of the nicotine. The economical operations on a commercial scale, it is necessary to provide for the efficient recovery of the ammonia employed as remove tobacco, which in itself has commercial value. It is therefore one of the objects of this invention to develop a more nicotinizing tobacco,
Yes.
right?
Correct.
So here's Reynolds' patent for a nicotine extraction.
I think they cite to a variety of earlier inventions. This is typical of most patents of different extraction methods.
But this one itself is trying to make an extraction process an economical operation so it can be done on a commercial scale. Our scale was removing 50% of the nicotine and then reclaiming both the nicotine removed as well as the ammonia being utilized, right? As we discussed yesterday, Dr. Cummings, one of the purposes for is to decrease the nicotine content of its burley tobacco and the smoke from that tobacco, right?
That's true.
R.J. Reynolds, that showed that beginning in 1964, Reynolds was using a nicotinized burley tobacco.
True.
Right. Thank you for that out. Thank you. Now, Dr. Cummings, isn't it true in the 19 popular cigarette brands in the market had about half as much nicotine in the rod as cigarettes like Camel and Lucky Strike?
That is true primarily because of the weight of tobacco. There was just less tobacco in the filter. So,
Well, I want to show you as an exhibit ACN 702. Sorry? Yes, it's exhibit, it's the Kozlowski article. I use this demonstrative, that's okay. Pop that up on the screen. Dr. Cummings, you're familiar with this article from Dr. Kozlowski? And this article was published in Tobacco Control back in 1996, right?
I was deputy editor of the journal.
Right. And nicotine content of tobacco in cigarettes from Canada, United Kingdom, and United States, right?
Yes.
You're familiar with Dr. Kozlowski as well?
I am.
Would you have done a review of this article before its publication?
No, as the deputy editor, my to identify qualified reviewers and send the article out blind to those reviewers and then get their comments back to respond to those comments. Obviously, his paper did get published, and so.
Certainly you're familiar with the article,
Sure.
and you would find it authoritative for the measurement brands of cigarettes from America, Canada, UK back in the 1996 timeframe.
Sure, it wasn't a deal focused on the relationship between filtered ventilation, which in a filtered cigarette, you have these laser holes that allow for more air to circulate. I call it air dilution that affects how people smoke cigarettes and the nicotine content.
I'm going to focus my questions really on his analysis of nicotine content in the wads of the cigarettes, okay?
Sure.
Or objective of the work, we see that Dr. Kozlowski said the purpose was to determine the nicotine content of tobacco and their contribution to machine smoked yields of cigarettes from the United States, Canada, and United Kingdom. Methods, it describes the method being utilized, and it says 92 brands of cigarettes, 32 British brands were purchased at retail outlets in State College, Pennsylvania, United States, and then Toronto, Canada, and London, Kingdom. And then we go to the results, and Dr. Kozlowski says content of tobacco and percent nicotine, and he puts in parentheses about weight of tobacco, averaged 10.2 milligrams in the United States, 13.5 milligrams in Canada, and 12.5 milligrams in the United States, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then if we look under the heading nicotine content, actually, let's skip that, Nick. Generally speaking, though, Dr. Cummings, wouldn't it be correct for you that the U.S. brand and more air-cured early tobacco versus these other Canadian and UK brands are using more flue, that the U.S. brand of cigarettes would have less nicotine by weight in the rod of the tobacco?
I would agree that based on the research that I've done, similar research where we collected and tested brands from all over the world, and heavy tobacco, you don't have early tobacco used in many Canadian brands, and there's more of a mixture in line. So they're sort of fall in between the Canadian and the US brands.
Right. So Nick, let's go to US brands. And if we look at this chart, you that Dr. Kozlowski's analyzed, and then he's got a total nicotine by milligram column, right? Milligrams of nicotine in the tobacco rod of that cigarette, right?
I believe.
And so if we look at the Camel, for example, there at the bottom, we see nicotine, the content in the rod of 9.5 milligrams, right?
That's right.
And the average, Kozlowski shows 10.2 milligrams total nicotine in the rod, correct?
That's correct.
And about half of what those numbers look like at that consumers union report, where we looked at cigarettes and nicotine content, right? There in the consumers union content, the Camel was reporting at 18.5, and here it's 9.5, right?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Now, Dr. Cummings, you've identified a handful of cigarette brands that were non-addictive and were safer than brands currently on the market. True?
True.
And I want to talk about a couple of those brands.
All right.
One of those brands, the non-addictive, was a brand of cigarettes called the Carlton Box, which was originally made by the American Tobacco Company, right?
Yeah. Yes. For very low nicotine in some years, not all years.
And you believe another cigarette that was non-addictive now, right?
Similar to Carlton Box, the Now brand in 1 or 2 years met that, right?
It was first introduced in the 1970s, wasn't it?
True. Primarily used filter ventilation. It also used a lot of expanded tobacco and just not very much tobacco in the product, so it had less nicotine to be extracted. You know, I don't know. There's so many brands that have come and gone. I'm not sure if Now is still Now.
In 2019, the one very low nicotine product on the market that you recommended is safer is that brand of cigarette.
Well, I probably was asked about, are there any brands at some point in time recently, and that may
So in other words,
at the time when I was asked that question,
okay.
that probably applied.
And it's your opinion, Dr. Cummings, that the Now cigarette at that time had an FTC nicotine yield that was less than 0.0 milligrams, and that made it a safer cigarette,
Yeah,
correct?
that's in the smoke. So the 0.5 half of milligram per gram of in the tobacco, and that corresponds to about that 10-to-1 ratio. So you get 0.005 milligrams in smoke based on an FTC test. That's what I was.
And we spoke with the jury earlier this morning about the FTC testing using the smoking machines and analyzing the amount of nicotine in the smoke, right?
Yes.
And in 2019, when you looked at Now, the Now cigarette had an FTC test measurement of 0 grams of nicotine in the smoke, right?
Just to be precise, in some years, when you looked at FTC reports, because in some years, it's higher.
Okay. In those years where the level was 0.05 milligrams in smoke, you would say those cigarettes were non-addictive and therefore
They were OGing the criteria based on the science of what would be considered a very low nicotine cigarette that would have lower abuse liability, likelihood of creating and sustaining nicotine dependence.
And in fact, that would have time, right?
Sure, I would recommend a very low nicotine cigarette as not a safe cigarette than a conventional cigarette, because it would be one that somebody would smoke out of. And that's when you give people choice, most people are going to choose not to smoke as you're having their internal business practice.
All right, let's look at it in advertised as a cigarette under the in publishing the FTC method results for it, right?
To turn over to the government the FTC testing, so tar, nicotine, and carbon monoxide. They used to publish those reports, but those now just have to be turned over to the government. So the companies can't misuse the reports to market.
All right, let's look at, advertisement AWS 441. Okay. Pull that up there. All right, so this is an advertisement for Now cigarettes from 1979, right?
Right,
And
that's what it said.
and says breakthrough now close to 0.01 milligrams of tar is the lowest, right?
That's right.
And if we look in that lower left-hand corner, we see the FTC test you identified, right?
Right.
We pull that up there. And here it notes the box less than 0 bar, 0.005 milligrams nicotine, right?
Yeah.
And if we actually nicotine is what you're saying is non-addictive, right?
Yeah, less than 0.005. You can see the level there is 0.2, and they're talking about 2 milligrams in the smoke. So this would still exceed that level.
Well, let me make sure. Which says 0.005 milligrams of nicotine.
The box, I was looking at the filter.
No, and I thought.
I would
to the
agree.
very top of the line. the
Yes,
box.
I would agree that it meets that criteria. Yes.
Okay. And that box brand of Now with that level of nicotine was one that you recognized being available in 2000. A safer cigarette at that time, right?
No, at that time, I didn't know it. What the threshold level was, and that the companies, what the companies knew about nicotine addiction, particular brand. But now knowing what I know after the documents became available, absolutely, I would have recommended that in lieu of example or any other brand above that.
And Dr. Cummings, I think you misunderstood my question. My question was, this Now was available in 2019 by RJ Reynolds, and you would have recommended it in 2019 as a safer cigarette.
Now that I know, but this ad was from 1979, and I think you asked me, would I have recommended it then? And because it wasn't, you hadn't, the internal business records hadn't been revealed to the public health community.
Okay.
But now knowing now what I know, absolutely, it's a safer cigarette.
Let's pull down that call out. I'm sorry? Yeah, that's. Do we have another now? Yeah, let's pull up the other now as part of this exhibit. Now here's another now. It says we're willing to show all the numbers to prove we're lowest, even theirs, right?
Yes.
And this is kind of a Carlton brand of cigarette, right?
That's right.
And they're showing a side-by-side FTC, Carlton and Now, right?
Yes.
And if we look at the box numbers,
The year of that, you mind? I'm sorry.
I believe this is 1980, but it may have it on there.
That's fine. We did more or less on maybe.
Okay.
zoom in on the bottom, it'll tell you.
Right.
Left.
There we go. I don't have it there. It says, we'll show that right from the report. And if we look at the chart, it actually reports a king box of both Carlton and Now brand at less than 0.05 milligrams of nicotine.
Times greater than 0.005, which is the threshold. And, but yes, you could see how the different with the same names had much higher and different levels of tar and nicotine. Version that we saw before in the prior ad was not readily available. So if you came in and say, give me the Now box, those, but you can get the soft pack would be a higher level of tar and nicotine.
Well, let's talk about the, because Carlton, as we discussed, was a brand made by American Tobacco, right?
Yes,
And Carlton in 1964, correct?
yes,
And the Carlton box itself has been on the market for something over 40 years, hasn't it?
yes, it has.
That Carlton box is a safer cigarette.
In certain years, it did meet the criteria that I mentioned, but not in most years.
The very low nicotine box version of Carlton is safe.
The box version, again, as I described before, was one of the tricks that America switched. They advertised the box version with the very low numbers, and when you went to the store, they'd only have it available in a different style, soft pack, and the numbers were different.
Well, the Carlton box was introduced in the 1980s, right?
Carlton box, I think, was introduced earlier, but they sized it like the Now brand as the lowest in the 80s. So that was certainly one of the marketing themes.
Okay, well, let's look at one of the 441, new to that admission as an ad. Actually, it's already, here it says U.S. government report Carlton lowest, right?
Right.
And again, if we look at the lower left-hand column, the box less than 0.5 milligrams tar, 0.05 milligrams nicotine, right?
Right. There's one thing you need method, just so when you're looking at these numbers, the FTC, anything that was below 0.05 at this time, 0.05, because that was their limit of detection.
Right. So in other words, the FTC limit was 0.0 tar of nicotine, and when it says less than, is because they can't report an actual number below that 0.0.
That's right.
Okay. Pull back out, Nick. Here in this Carlton advertisement, it's actually comparing Carlton and these FTC brands. Actually, we go down. Yeah, that's fine. Right, comparing Carltons to other brands themselves.
Right. I used to say you can smoke this many of Carlton, some other brand. So for every Winston, you can smoke 20 Carltons, something like that.
All right. Take that down. Dr. Cummings, isn't also true in 2002, you testified under oath that you believe Carlton was not safer, and in fact, worse than a conventional cigarette, right?
I did, because in most years, Carlton advertised the Carlton brand actually contained that allowed for compensation, and therefore people and have a higher risk.
Okay. And in 2010, you also testified that you did not consider the lowest version to be less addictive cigarette, did you?
Because it only met the criteria of 0.05, not 0.005.
And Dr. Cummings, you're, that's not from web depositions. Dr. Manfred? Cummings?
Yeah.
Your Honor, I deposition in this web case, starting on
I
page.
got the wrong one.
See?
This is the jury trial.
Well, no.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yep, this is different. Oh,
No, I'm just-
Dr. Are you telling this jury that in 2000, that you didn't consider Carlton Box to be less addictive because it did not have a level of less than 0.05 milligrams?
0.005. And it gets a little confusing. So, it's an extra zero.
All right, and Your Honor, with that, I would ask to Dr. Cummings' deposition in the web case starting on page 156, lines 23 over to page 1. To page 158, line 19. Okay, thank you. Dr. Cummings, you remember testifying in the case of Webb in Alachua County?
I do.
And you're asked, and I'm going to start reading page line 23. Question. Okay, do you think the lowest version of Carlton, the blue box, do you consider? Answer no. Question, why not? Answer, because the Carlton cigarette, which by the way was introduced 5 days before the 1964 surgery, advertised its vented filter is the most heavily ventilated cigarette on the market and allows for easy compensation for somebody who says to switch to Carlton's. They probably would describe it like smoking air. Essentially, they would probably be getting a lot of air because it's heavy filter ventilation, and when they would be able to compensate by taking bigger puffs, deeper puffs, and normally, unlike what a smoking machine would do, or the fingers as they hold the cigarette. And what we find with the ultralight cigarettes, such as the Carlton Blue Box, you described many increase their smoking amount as a reflection of compensation. Question, so it's fair to say that you don't. Carlton Blue Box, which has a very, very low nicotine level, is not less addictive because you believe smokers can compensate. Answer, nicotine low, and the smoke is measured by an FTC smoking machine or in the rod. That's why I made the distinction before. Question, sure, and to look at the rod, how much nicotine can be extracted out of the product. I'll grant you that some of these products have less tobacco in them. They use like puff tobacco, reconstituted tobacco, but they do seem to maintain enough nicotine in those products to keep people who are addicted to smoking.
You did.
All right. And yet in 2019, Dr. Cummings, the one very low nicotine product in the market that you recommended is safer is now cigarette brand, right?
That met that criteria of less than 0.005 milligrams.
All right.
Nicotine.
All right, let me change to a different cigarette brand. This one made by Philip Morris called Next. Okay.
Okay.
Bought General Foods, and as part of that purchase obtained what was called a supercritical fluid extraction method, right?
That's right.
And using that supercritical fluid extraction method to apply to coffee to decaffeinate coffee, right? Morris applied that supercritical process into tobacco and came out with a brand they called Next, right?
They did under a reduced tobacco. I think we saw the film on genetic engineering. It was produced by Philip Morris in 1980.
Ask this question.
Sure.
Before they did that, that is, they started this supercritical, they had to build a new factory from the ground up to be able to produce those denicotized cigarettes, right?
To commercialize it. Actually, Philip Morris was doing nicotine and nicotine extraction in the 50s, in the 60s. But when they commercialized it for a product that they introduced in the 80s, they did have to build a whole plant.
And they spent hundreds of millions of dollars doing so, didn't they?
Drop in the bucket to them, but yes.
And they're, Your Honor, I would maybe strike that part of Dr. Cummings' answer. Dropping in the bucket is being non-responsive to my question. Thank you. Mike? At the point extraction method, in the mid 1980s, they created cigarette, right?
They did. Sold it under different brand names. Next being one of them, Merritt D-Nic is another one. Benson and Hedges D-Nic.
97%, didn't they?
They did.
And in the late 1980s is when they launched these cigarette brands into the market, right?
89 it was.
And as you noted, they had a couple of different brands, Next D-Nic, Merritt D-Nic, Benson and Hedges D-Nic, right? Marketed them in several different test markets, including Virginia, Florida, Connecticut, and Ohio, right?
That's right.
And Philip Morris actually to encourage people to come and buy and try these denicotized cigarettes, didn't they?
They did.
And after Philip Morris motion, sales of these cigarettes dropped, didn't they?
Well, that's true of any brand, whether it's denicotized or not, but that is true. Yeah, the next cigarette, you eliminate the price discounting and people will migrate back to other.
On the market for 3 or 4 years before Philip Morris took the cigarettes off the market, right?
Well, they pulled test markets, but they kept their supply going, and you can see the FTC reports that into the early 1990s.
So Philip Morris was marketing and promoting these brands of cigarettes more than 30 years ago, from the 1980s into the 1990s. And when the cigarettes were introduced, there was a concern voiced by the public health community, wasn't there?
Certainly there was threshold level of nicotine that they had gone below.
Well, one of the concerns from the public health community might make it easier for kids to start smoking, right?
Well, certainly there was concern that marketing it as a very low might attract young people to take up the cigarette, and there was also concern that it might not actually be nicotine, because it was quite a different design than the conventional cigarettes that primarily lowered the nicotine, not by using it through filter ventilation, which allows for compensation.
Okay. So in other words, you're suggesting you couldn't measure the amount of nicotine content in the tobacco contained in that cigarette rod?
It wasn't understood, and certainly at the late 80s and early 90s, when the companies were still denying that their products were addictive, there was not a lot of trust, unfortunately, between the cigarette manufacturers and public health.
In fact, Philip Morris was actually criticized for launching these D-Nic brands of cigarettes by certain members of the public health community.
They were, I think, Matt Myers, Health, Heart Association of Lung Cancer came out, appeared criticizing the product. He's since changed his view on that,
but at the time, opposition when Philip Morris launched these DMIC products by the Public Health Authority, right?
One of those missed opportunities.
And you mentioned Matt Myers, you're certainly familiar with the statement that he made that the next was the most product put on in the last 10 years.
He did say that, and has regretted saying it, but he didn't know, and I didn't know either. And many of us didn't trust what companies were doing because they weren't really cooperating with public health.
Well, Dr. Cummings, the point is that Mr. Myers' comment was also pressed at the time, right?
So I think his comment was made on a news show.
And his that people might smoke more of these cigarettes because it had lower nicotine, right?
A very real concern because of compensation. He didn't really understand at the time the design features and the research behind it, which had identified the threshold level earlier. But
isn't it true that when you have ultra low DMIC and full flavor cigarettes, are going to have to make sure what they want to smoke?
sure, if you have all those brands on the market, but if companies wanted to reduce disease product, they could offer the very low nicotine cigarette that doesn't promote compensation, is not reinforcing, is more of a choice cigarette than I say lots of lots.
But Dr. Cummings, having different choices for different types of cigarettes in the market, something similar to if we're looking at beer, you could choose beer that's alcoholic, choose beer that has reduced alcohol, choose beer that's non-alcoholic, right?
Well, not quite. It's
Well,
not quite the same. If you were selling a product that you knew that 1 in 2 of your consumers died prematurely as a result of using that product, and you had an alternative to give people that not is safer because people will not need to smoke it day in and day out. It'll be a choice rather than a need. That is a choice it's made. Your client made that choice.
well, we could talk about the relative safety of the alcoholic beer versus non-alcoholic beer, but I'll ask you a different question, and that is, you told the jury that tobacco companies should be taking nicotine out of their cigarettes, right? And at the same time, I want to talk about what you said in the year 2000, because we touched on this, but in the year 2000, you testified that you did not nicotine should be removed from cigarettes or not, right?
True.
And you said on this subject, quote, I think it's an interesting question that to determine whether that's an appropriate strategy for reducing the harm caused by smoking, right?
I did say that.
And that was in 2000, wasn't it?
That's right.
In 2000 testified, you would not advocate to reduce nicotine in cigarettes. Isn't that true?
I was worried about the ultralight cigarettes, which were actually more dangerous. Would smoke more of them under the illusion that they were safer.
And in fact, you said in the past that one could argue that you should instead increase the nicotine so that people smoke fewer cigarettes, right?
That is something that have been discussed, and yes, I did say that.
And as of the year 2000, it was able to eliminate nicotine from cigarettes, did you?
That is true. I've learned a lot as I got access to those documents. And companies knew and what was feasible and when it was feasible.
Well, hold on. Isn't the reason you did not think it was feasible to eliminate nicotine from cigarettes is because it's when cigarettes are on the market by someone, you'll generally find that people will choose those cigarettes.
Sure. The companies are going to be selling a normal conventional cigarette product. Smokers who are already addicted will likely buy product instead of the very low nicotine product. So if a company wanted to, help their customers, they can, are known to be a cause of 1 in 2 deaths of the long-term users of their product.
Dr. said this, quote, I don't think it's feasible to eliminate nicotine from cigarettes. I mean, there have been efforts made by companies to try to sell cigarettes without nicotine and as long as there are nicotine-containing cigarettes in the market, you generally find that people would choose those, probably because about what advocate people smoking lettuce leaf cigarettes, for example, which give you flavor without. And now, you now believe that there are these denicked cigarettes such as Next and Merit Denick, which were safer.
Products have been commercialized. Next, as you talked about, came out in the late 80s, but only for a brief time. But after that, I think it was 2004, was the introduction of Quest. And I did research on the Quest cigarettes. Built from the internal business records in my own research on very low nicotine.
But in 2000, you were testifying under your definition of a cigarette that you consider nicotine to be unreasonably dangerous, right, sir?
I'm not sure if I used exactly those words, but I don't dispute what you've indicated. That very low nicotine cigarettes in 2000.
Well, isn't it correct that you did say, quote, under my definition, without nicotine would also be dangerous?
Well, certainly I was asked about the lettuce leaf cigarettes. I think that's what you're referring to. Tobacco made out of, or it wasn't tobacco, it was lettuce leaf used. And if you burn it, it's a combustible product. If you smoke it, you get sick from that. And I think that's what I was commenting on when I was questioned about it in 2000. I'm in some
Your
on
Honor,
the evidence.
this is no question pending at this point. Your Honor, I was moving to another section. I don't know if you're taking a break a second.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a separate break.
Sugarless?
Get a couple of them.
But do you want sugarless?
That's, last one. You're always the one that I've got. So I've got September in Massachusetts. Yeah, okay, I'm running, I don't have any more clothes.
He said he's got another hour. direct.
Do what you gotta do.
I'm sorry. It's summers, at some point we have summers like that.
that raised some concerns, and I've written some papers on.
So we may look. Dr. Cummings, you said that in your opinion, R.J. Reynolds did have substantial evidence, but did not have the claim that the cigarette would be safer for lung cancer because they didn't have epidemiological studies.
To help them do the study.
And the epidemiological studies we're talking about would be the studies, some of the studies we've been discussing from the 50s and 60s, looking at incidence of cancer in humans, right?
Yes, the study I had proposed, since I learned that Reynolds had distributed the product utilized by Reynolds employees, that they could follow those employees, and I offered to write a grant to the National Cancer Institute. I'd have to be for them at no
Sure.
charge.
Let's be clear. What you're describing is not something that was occurring at the monograph in the late 1980s, right?
But yes, they were distributing the Premier product to their employees.
I'm sorry, Dr. Cummings, you weren't involved in the epidemiology. Monograph was prepared and Premier was launched into test markets, correct?
No, there were no epidemiologic studies.
And while there's substantial science, there wasn't sufficient science to make a claim that at the time was to market in the late 1980s, that it could make a claim to be safer for lung cancers, right?
That's true.
Okay. Agree that the development of Premier was a responsible thing for Reynolds to do, right?
Yes,
And Reynolds introduced Premier into test markets in 19.
Tucson, Arizona, and St. Louis, Missouri.
And the consumers in those cities told Reynolds that Premier had a bad taste. Negative comments they made about the product, right?
It was hard to like.
And you reviewed, they gave their opinions on Premier, and for those focus groups, they believed it tasted lousy, right?
I have, since the documents of Philip Morris had done a study of Premier users, and they had an off taste, off smell, and they described that in their program. They've done people who had purchased the product.
Right, Philip Morris was tracking its competition with this particular product, right?
Very common for companies very carefully what their competitors are doing.
And Dr. Cummings, you've testified that Premier failed because of poor tobacco taste, right?
Not the only that I have stated as the main reason is because Reynolds.
Dr. Cummings, I wasn't asking that, but let's follow up on that.
Sure.
Premier failed was because it had a bad odor, right?
One of the reasons.
And in fact, we're not going to use all the words that were so bad odor. If we did, they would be, to some people, quite offensive, right?
It was colorfully described.
And at the end, Reynolds ended up pulling Premier from the marketplace, right?
That was not the reason it was pulled. It was not selling well. I'd like to hear.
Let me ask you this. One of the reasons Premier failed was because it encountered strong opposition.
No, that's not the reason that it failed.
Okay? Well,
But it did get, not good marks from some health community who were very skeptical of what the companies were introducing.
let's see what you wrote about this.
Sure.
And I would move to the exhibit AS.
Is it for admission or for admission?
For admission, it's his document. Sure, AS.
1155.
Yes. I'm sorry?
That's okay. No objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Cummings, this is an article you co-authored titled U.S. Patent Shed Light on.
Yes,
And you wrote this in 1995, right?
correct.
And when it's referring to Eclipse, I think you mentioned this, but Eclipse was based on a heat not burn product R.J. Reynolds introduced after Premier, right?
Correct.
And if we look into all right. You were introduced by RJR on 1 October 1988 and was withdrawn from the test markets 96 months later. I'm sorry, a year and a half later, right?
Yes.
The failure of this aerosol generating nicotine delivery device, a partial listing includes for tobacco taste, you list that first, right?
Right.
Off taste due to smoke, former and flavor agents, you list that second, right?
Yes.
Offensive odor, you list that third, right? List that fourth, right?
Yes.
Says hot gases that were inhaled. And then fifth, you list an unsightly appearance. Did I read that correctly? Cigarette encountered strong opposition by major public health and medical groups, which influenced public the product, right?
That's true.
Okay, that's what I want to focus in on.
Okay.
Thank you, Nick. There was discussion by others in the public health community about the product Premier at the time it was on the market, right?
Sure.
Position from Premier came from Surgeon General Koop, right? Who was Surgeon General at that time.
Right.
Surgeon General Koop didn't think Premier should be marketed, right?
He was concerned about introducing a product we went through a normal regulatory process. So just introducing a new product and at that time. And so he was concerned about it. And he was concerned that kids might use it, might be used for illicit purposes because it had a metal tube and you could actually dissect it.
Well, hold on, Dr. Cummings. He wrote a letter to the FDA about concern over Premier, didn't he?
Yes, he described it as a drug delivery device.
Right, and you're familiar with that letter, aren't you?
Yes.
Asked to publish AZ 8285 for demonstrative purposes. All right, so let's pull that up. Let's go to that last paragraph. All right, and I should ask, you recognize this as the letter that Surgeon General Koop wrote to the then FDA commissioner. Right?
Yes.
When we say FDA, we're talking about the Food and Drug Administration, right?
Right. Products in the United States.
He wrote this letter in September of 1988, right?
That's right.
So just a few weeks after, even before it actually went into test markets, right?
I'd have to check the date.
But what he says, among other things, is product health claims are implicit. plans, RJR states regarding the product, quote, a majority of the compounds produced by burning tobaccos are reduced, including most compounds that are often associated with controversy, period, close quote. To me, this suggests a health claim that the product is safe, which could result in reduced quitting by smokers, increased relapse by ex-smokers, and increased initiation by who wrote to the then Commissioner of the Food and Drug Administration, correct?
Quite reasonable. He's concerned about what the population impact of and that some of the information about the product that was claimed in the monograph, for example.
Now, if we look at the page, he concludes by writing, I do not believe that marketing this product is in health, right?
He did say that because at the time, the FDA did not regulate the product. These claims, marketing claims, but were not validated, and they may have writing to the FDA suggesting that perhaps the FDA ought to do something because it's a drug delivery.
Nothing prevented Dr. Puth from receiving and reviewing the monograph on.
I think he did get the monograph. I think it was probably sent to him.
Okay. And in fact, even to also weighed in with concerns about the product being on the market, right?
Sure.
And you're familiar with the letter from the head of the National Cancer Institute, also to Mr. Young at the Food and Drug Administration, aren't you?
Yes, they were trying to get the FDA to act, which was good.
So I would ask to publish exhibit AS 394 for demonstrative purposes.
It's okay.
Let's just, why don't we pull up the header part. And this is coming Department of Health and Human Services, and the letter's going to Frank Young, Commissioner of Food and Drug Administration. Looks like Dade 1988, right?
That's right.
Okay. And Dr. Rapson is the individual who's head of the National Cancer Institute at the time, right?
That's right.
So he's writing the head of, or the commissioner, I should say, excuse me, of the Food and Drug Administration, right?
Correct.
To express the concern of the National Cancer Institute regarding the new R.J. Reynolds Tobacco Company's premier deeply concerned about the health implications of this product. Read that correctly?
Yes.
And then we look, and he says explicitly, NCI is concerned to lead the public to perceive it as a safe alternative to traditional cigarettes. I read that correctly?
You did.
Okay.
Prove it.
Sure. I mean, just as you noted from past testimony, it was your opinion at the time that while there was substantial scientific evidence that it was safer, there wasn't sufficient to make a claim that it was safer, right?
Not just epidemiologic studies, which might take quite a bit of time, but there were no clinical human studies really collected and described in the monograph at this time to provide the kind of evidence to reassure those that would be marketing materials
Okay,
to
well,
know that they were safe. Of course, Reynolds at this time was still denying that caused any harm to human health.
And Dr. Cummings, let's look at what some other public health officials had to say, and perhaps what they commented on concerning Reynolds did in its nearly 800-page monograph, okay?
Okay.
You're familiar with meeting minutes from 1989 from the Office of Smoking and Health, aren't you?
I am.
Okay. And at that time, they had.
We did.
And one of those new tobacco products being discussed was Premier, correct?
I think they were talking about both Premier and Next in that.
And just to kind of orientate ourselves, the Office on Smoking and Health was the office that put out right?
Yes.
All right, so I would seek to publish for demonstrative purposes AN 24. So here we have the Office on Smoking and Health minutes from October 3rd, 1989. And new tobacco products, right?
Yes.
And so we know that some of the people are expressing concerns that if you call a product that's a cigarette safer, there are people who smoke, right?
Yeah, I believe there was somebody there from the FTC, Judy Wilkenfeld, who was concerned that non-smokers taking up smoking, and they were concerned, including children. Obviously was concerned because they didn't really know whether this product in fact was truly safe.
And so we pull up that highlight. They said the panel was concerned about the ramifications of a cigarette that's actually safer.
Yes.
And those ramifications included that some people might take up smoking who wouldn't otherwise quit, who might otherwise quit would instead continue smoking, right?
That's right.
And there's no, and you mentioned this, the Federal Trade Commission.
Right.
She articulates her belief that the way that Reynolds is marketing this is making the health claim that Premier is a safer cigarette than conventional tobacco burning cigarettes.
She was, Dr. Koop had indicated in his letter to the FDA that the company was making implied health claims, which then you are subject to the authority of the Food and Drug Administration. Food and Drug Administration was not approached by R.J. Reynolds to seek approval for their marketing. And as we today or 2 days ago, when I talked about Eclipse and Premier, the Premier advertises talked about a cleaner smell.
Yeah, and we're going to get to that, Dr. Cummings. Why don't we go to page 2 of the document and highlight the second paragraph there. So under advertising, Ms. Wilkenfeld says it's noted this cigarette, a new product advertised as a quote safer close quote smokeless cigarette. She believes that Premier failed because of poor. Okay, so this is occurring after Premier is coming off the market, right?
That was her impression at the time.
However, when the tobacco company research will be reintroduced into the market, the question then will be whether Premier will continue to be marketed as a safe cigarette. So this is Wilkenfeld's view at that time, right?
Yeah, she was correct, I guess, because a few years later they introduced Premier Eclipse, slightly different design that was engineered to give more tobacco taste.
minutes, because you know, Dr. Cummings, that those at the Office of Smoking Health were talking about how the FDA at the time premier for the marketplace, right?
Yes, because of making implied health claims.
Okay, so you, and so you agree that FDA was moving at the time it was pulled off the market, right?
I'm not sure if they were moving, but certainly they were governments whose job it is to protect the public health. The Surgeon General of the United States, the National Cancer Institute, to raise their concerns about the implied health claims. Implied means not proven health claims, just.
And in 1988, there's a Dr. Greg Connolly who was with the, right?
Yes.
And you know that Dr. Connolly, in speaking about Premier, said this, that OP groups should not wait for scientists to complete research on the new brands and products. Opportunities currently available to coordinate a campaign product might be missed if there's a delay. Research should continue, but there's no need to wait for results to war against tobacco products. You're familiar with this statement, aren't you?
Sure. I'm familiar with the statement. That was his opinion.
Now, Reynolds pulled the Premier product from the market. They went back to the drawing board and developed another heat not Eclipse, right?
That's right.
And in developing Eclipse, Reynolds went through several $100 million more than it. And you believe that Eclipse is a safer cigarette than a conventional cigarette, right?
I do.
And in fact, you've stated that Eclipse was the safest commercially introduced in the 1990s, right?
When I've been asked what is the safest cigarette on the market in that time period, I named Eclipse.
And you would and Reynolds' internal business records for Premier and Eclipse was to create a product that reduced the carcinogens in tobacco. And so as part of Reynolds developing the Eclipse, you were actually invited down to RJ Reynolds in Winston-Salem to look about product with Reynolds scientists, weren't you?
That's right.
And after you finished your tour, you wrote a letter scientists that hosted you, right?
That's right.
So let's, I move to admit exhibit AN 188.
No objection.
Pull it up. So this is a letter you wrote on April 16th, 19. Is that how you pronounce his name?
That is. Yep.
Who was then at product, I guess he was director of product. Right?
Yes.
And why don't we go to the body of the letter? There you go. And I want to thank you and the other people at Reynolds for the meeting on the Eclipse cigarette. I expensive about our meeting, but was impressed by the scientific presentations given by you and your colleagues, as well as information and answering questions about the product. I still have many questions about Eclipse, but I feel I learned a great deal by attending the meeting, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you close your letter or go to the next page. Thank you and your colleagues for the opportunity to learn more about your ambitious research efforts in trying to modify tobacco products. It appears that we share the common goal of trying to reduce the harm caused by cigarette smoking. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
All right. Now, Dr. Cummings, smokes cigarettes, isn't it true that in the 2000s, Reynolds tried to tell consumers that Eclipse may reduce the risk of lung cancer?
It was COPD specifically is what it indicated. Health claim about it in the 2000s.
Now, let me see if I can refresh.
I'll give you lung cancer.
Okay,
I said it
all
in
right.
some deposition.
Um,
Move it along.
You believe that Reynolds didn't have sufficient evidence in terms of a short, long-term human studies in order to make that claim, correct?
They did. They had, there were some new studies. They were of a short-term nature that have been done. And some of those published in the scientific literature. They hadn't been in any of the long-term studies. And of course, in that 1996 visit, I had offered to do the epidemiologic study. Is that Reynolds employees have been using Premier and Eclipse for close to a decade at that point. They would be a useful study group if they were willing to participate. Obviously, it would be voluntary on the part of write a grant to the National Cancer Institute or support them in the design of a study so they would have that.
The bottom line is, just as with Premier, it was your opinion at this time in the 2000s did not have long-term epidemiological studies, while they had substantial evidence that, reduce the risk of lung cancer. They didn't have sufficient evidence to make a claim that Premier tobacco burning cigarette, right?
Yes, and there, when you say long-term, let me just describe, there are a couple of steps you need to know about. In a conventional cigarette, when they move to Eclipse or Premier, do they stay with that cigarette and not at the same time utilize the deadly and dangerous conventional cigarettes? Because that might have an impact on the health outcomes. So in doing an epidemiologic study, you would want to know what the behavioral changes were of those using the product. We do short-term biomarker studies to see in those smokers whether they have different levels of the harmful chemicals circulating in their. And then, of course, you could follow them out and do the kinds of studies that were done years ago on smoking and lung cancer disease, and who doesn't. And those are the kinds of studies that Reynolds did not do.
Right. But I shift gears and move topics to the issue of cigarette consumption. And you showed the jury a chart of total cigarette consumption and how it changed over time, right?
Yes.
And States peaked in 1981 and has fallen since 1981, hasn't it?
True.
And that represents the total number of cigarettes over that period of time, starting in the 1920s, right?
Even before that.
Fair enough. The country increased over the years in part because of the growth of the U.S. population.
True.
For example, in 1964, 2 million people living in the United States, weren't there?
Yes.
And by 1982, the population had increased to 200.
Yes.
And today, there's more than 320 million people living in the United States, right?
That's true.
And there's a way just for the fact that our population has been growing over time, isn't it?
Yeah, I think we had talked about per capita, where you take the number 18 and use that as a way to standardize for change in population size. Of course,
Exactly.
that misses the sales.
Sure, but when we look at adult per capita cigarette consumption, it's the number of cigarettes smoked country, right? And you would agree that adult per capita consumption is a way to standardize cigarette consumption that accounts for this increase. And the very peak of adult per capita cigarette consumption was in 1963, wasn't it?
That's right.
And that was the General's report, correct?
True.
And per capita cigarette consumption went down between 1960 and 1970.
It did on average. It goes up and down, very similar to the total consumption, but the line is shifted a little over to the left. I think we just week.
And likewise, per capita cigarette consumption went down again between 1970 and 1980, right?
That's true.
And per capita again between 1980 and 1990, right?
That's right.
And adult per capita cigarette consumption has continued. Today, adult per capita cigarette consumption in the United States is at its lowest levels since the 1930s. You can also confirm for us that today people generally smoke fewer cigarettes per day than they ever used, right?
Yes.
And the percentage of people who report that they smoke more than one pack per day is at its last 7 years, isn't it?
It is at a low level. I agree.
You have said before that in the 1970s, percent of smokers were, in your opinion, addicted, right?
Yes.
And in your opinion, if a person does not smoke on a daily basis for 3 months, you do not count that person as addicted, right?
What I was asked, be my personal use. So what's your minimum? And I said, well, you'd have to smoke persistently day in and day out for at least 3 months. Category of persistent daily use. So that's what you're referring to.
All right. And over the significant increase in the number of non-daily smokers as a proportion of smokers, right?
That is actually non-daily users until the early 90s in the national surveys. It used to be 100 cigarettes, yes or no. Do you currently smoke, yes or no? They changed the second question. Do you smoke every day, some days, or not at all? And when we started these, we found that there was anywhere from about 10 to 12% daily users, and that percentage has increased over time, corresponding in large measure to increasing prices of cigarettes as well wide-scale adoption of clean indoor air laws.
You would agree, Dr. Cummings, that today more than half of young adult smokers are intermittent, non-daily smokers, right?
Yes, I would agree in that age group, although up to the age of 25, which is where you see regular smoking habits being established. So there's a fair amount of 25 age group that you get a lot of experimentation going on in that age group.
Well, you would agree that today combustible cigarette sales.
Yes.
And today we see record low levels of young people taking up smoking of combustible cigarettes.
Thankfully, that's
true. The decline in smoke combustible cigarettes among adolescent students is accelerating at a greater rate than it is for among adults. I'll explore with you that a little bit because you reviewed the type of data concerning current combustible cigarettes smoking. And you agreed that the latest data that we have shows that the current smoking prevalence of combustion nationwide has declined by more than 80% since 1997, hasn't it?
To what year are you referring to?
Coming up to present.
Seeing the most present data. I mean, you're probably.
Well, I mean, what I mean is, of course, the
2018
most current data you've seen.
That's gone down. I agree. To go down among young people.
Right. You would say it's declined by 80% or more.
Yes.
Okay.
I'd agree with that.
And a survey use define current use as using combustible cigarettes at least once in the past 30 days.
That's how we measure smoking among, even a puff in the last 30 days.
Right, so in other words, if you have smoked one combustible cigarette in the past 30 days, you're being these youth surveys as a current smoker of combustible cigarettes, right?
Yes.
All right.
And then you can look at number of days out of the last 30, whether you indicators and stronger indicators of who's going on to become regular users.
And so with respect to this daily smoking of combustible cigarettes, you agree that the prevalence of daily smoking among youth today has declined by more than 80% since 1997, correct?
I would.
Increase in prevalence of youth smoking of these combustible tobacco burning cigarettes that has occurred since 1997 is right?
Absolutely. Yeah, it really accelerated after 2000 when the conspiracy broke up, and it makes sense to get the right information.
And sitting here today, about 3 times more report that they've used alcohol in the past month than report that they've used cigarettes in the past month, right?
They've more than cigarettes. That gap has widened over time. Marijuana is used more commonly by youth than cigarettes. Not so much, I guess, vaping has sort of come on.
But you would agree when we talk about alcohol use that today it's a higher percentage of junior high and high school students report that they've been drunk in the past 30 days than report they used tobacco, right?
Yeah.
And you agree, I think you mentioned that even though marijuana is illegal in most states, including Florida, that times more youth use of marijuana than there is among current tobacco cigarettes.
And of course, just to correct you, it's legal for youth in all states to use marijuana, because in the states where it's not legal to purchase if you're a minor.
Fair point. I meant where it's legal for adults, it's in some states it's all youth to use marijuana.
Yes.
Okay. And yet youth are using it at a rate at least 2 times greater than they are tobacco. And you would agree that today about the same percentage of youth report they smoke marijuana daily. You would agree that marijuana use, in fact, has eclipsed cigarette use in terms of popularity with respect to teens today. And if we drill down a little bit more and look more specifically at youth smoking in the state of Florida, you're familiar with that data. It's part of 2016, slightly less than 4% of Florida youth reported that they cigarette in the past 30 days, right?
True.
And you believe that should be regarded as wonderful news, right?
Yes.
And in 2017, of tobacco burning cigarettes dropped again by 2.5%, didn't it?
Yes.
And in 2018, the prevalence rates of youth smoking tobacco cigarettes yet again by another 2.2%.
Yes.
So isn't it true that in past day prevalence for youth smoking of tobacco burning cigarettes declined to 1.5%?
What it? Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
And in fact, you know how these surveys are being conducted, don't you?
Surveys we use, and they use different methods. So which ones are you talking
Well,
about?
I was thinking of the confidence, the idea that they tend to overestimate their use of tobacco burning cigarettes compared to doing a face-to-face survey.
Yeah. Overestimate because some kids exaggerate their use of certain substances, and in those anonymous surveys, you get underreporting. If you do household surveys where an older person might be lurking report there, and there are some methods to overcome that with computer-assisted interviewing, where you hook the kids up a computer with headphones, so the questions are read and nobody else can hear what's going on. Those tend to improve all of those studies, and then there are online surveys that are done. When COVID hit, for us have done online studies. So we continue to assess tobacco use and other drug use among adolescents. And
Dr. Cummings, here in the state of Florida, youth tobacco, cigarette smoking is the third lowest in the United States.
I believe that was true in 2018. They may still have that position. I hope they do.
Mandating a minimum age for the purchase of tobacco, cigarettes, and other tobacco products.
That was passed here in Florida, but there's a federal law as well, although the state temptation, because the states are the implementers.
Now, Dr. Cummings, we started your examination. You spent the last 5 years testifying against tobacco companies, right?
Yeah.
And you testified in probably over 200 trials against tobacco companies, correct?
True.
We're averaging something like 13 trials a year over the past 9 years or so, right?
Yep.
That's more than one trial per month on average, isn't it?
Yes.
And for example, in 2016 trials, which was certainly more than one a month, right?
It's been, some years have been busier than others.
And you have testified for about 365 days.
I wouldn't, but I know you guys do track my time, and yes, I don't dispute it.
Well, I wouldn't surprise you that in total there are over 100,000 trials.
Yeah, you only brought part of it.
Well, we've seen quite a bit of that over the course of our questioning, and you've given at least 100 positions in cases over the years, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
Testifying in cases has almost become a second job for you.
Described it that way, but I feel it's an obligation as a public health professional to share the unique knowledge that I've acquired. So I imagine you're
Same time you charge $250 an hour for the time you spend testifying in court, don't you?
I do now. I didn't always do that. Early on, where I did not charge at all, thinking it would all be done.
But just to be clear, you're being paid in this cases you've been testifying in by plaintiff's lawyers.
And also by in charge for the depositions. I believe the defendants that ask to do the depositions, they're billed.
And to be clear, I was spending in the courtroom giving testimony. That's time being paid for by plaintiff's counsel, right?
Right, $250 an hour, which is my standard consultant fee for outside work.
You charge $500 an hour for your deposition.
Because the plaintiffs pay a retainer to retain me in a case, so it works out the same.
Okay. And then you charge $200 an hour for this and other things outside the courtroom, don't you?
Right, when I review depositions, medical records, that takes time to do. So I'm ready to answer your questions in deposition. Yes, I charge for that time.
And Dr. Cummings, you against RJ Reynolds and other tobacco companies, haven't you?
I wouldn't dispute, I don't know the exact amount, but it's been over the 20, probably close to 2 million.
In the past 7 years or so, you've made more than $1.2 million testifying against tobacco companies.
True.
Dr. Counties, I appreciate your patience and the patience of the jury while I ask my questions of you. And at this point, I don't have any other questions, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. Okay, everybody back on. I know everybody's tired and we're gonna get out of here by 5. I'm not gonna finish by 5, so. Sorry.
Out of close.
Okay, Doctor. Dr. Cummings, you've been testifying in Florida, by the way.
Yeah, the first case I think I did was 1996.
Okay. You didn't always charge for your time?
That's correct.
And you've been testifying more than you would like to?
Yes.
But you compensated for your time?
Yes. Yes. And
regardless, in the past 10 years, most testimony been?
Most of it's been here in Florida.
And where is most of the tobacco, not most, but yeah, most of the tobacco? Florida?
It is.
And in Florida, do we have very low youth smoking rates too now?
Yes.
That's not all, that's not. And in fact, when Mr. Bassett on full smoking rates today, right?
Yes.
And he said 12 to 17-year-olds, it's only 1.5%, right?
Right. It is.
And since 2000, there's been a lot of litigation about smoking, right?
Right.
And smoking rates are going down now, right? And when smoking rates go down, does that save lives?
It does. Yes.
And so that name today, when Mr. Yout was a little boy?
No.
Because Mr. Yout wasn't always Mr. Yout. He used to, right?
That's right.
And when he was a little kid, just a little boy, was R.J. Reynolds concerned with you smoking?
They weren't concerned in the same way that I'm concerned. They were concerned recruiting young replacement smokers and getting them to buy their brand because brand loyalties are established in teen and young adult years.
And so when we talk about youth smoking rates, you know, by the way, cigarette, the way it's intended to be used, what are the odds that they're going to die of smoking related illness? Historically, people who are going to die of smoking related disease, how many of them are starting as kids, teenagers?
Oh.
Beyond scope is started, correct. Oh.
I would. These smoking rates that Mr. Bassett just asked you about 1.5%, those were.
No, in his birth cohort, when you look at the percentage of his birth cohort that took up smoking, it was 82.5% of his birth cohort. If you want to look at prevalence, for example, you're talking about, 70 to 80% given year during the teen and young adult years.
And during the conspiracy, during the 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80s, year-olds were 5%.
No, you could look in the late 50s, for example, a study that Reynolds did of high school students, 9th to 12th grade, among males, it was over 6.
And so, I know the conspiracy's over, litigation about this
smoke going down, right?
Yes,
We have safer products now, right?
yes,
He was talking about conventional cigarette sales going down, right?
yes.
We'll talk about it tomorrow. Do they have non-addictive cigarettes?
They do.
We'll talk about tomorrow what's the difference between nicotine in a rod and nicotine, doesn't it?
It does.
You have to consider that, don't you?
You do.
But Reynolds has, don't they, the ability to make with a rod that cannot be compensated and is not addictive, don't they?
Yes,
And Reynolds also can make or safer,
yes,
non-inhalable cigarettes.
yes,
And so this world that we used to live in with deadly cigarettes, does it have to be that way, Dr. Thomas?
no, it doesn't.
Did it ever have to be that way?
No,
And so we died. 90% of them starting as teenagers.
correct.
Fathers,
Your Honor.
fathers and mothers, right?
Argumented, Your Honor, also cumulative.
So, there you are. Okay, I'm gonna follow up on this cohort issue that Mr. Bassett talked to you about. And then I want to, pass that today. So I want to show you defense, and I actually, to be honest with you, Dr. Cohen, these numbers.
Wait,
Oh. I was gonna say, if you'd like, we can break 10 minutes early, if you'd like, and I can just resume this tomorrow.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna here, we're gonna get instructions. So I can't instruct all these. So, ladies and gentlemen, just want to make sure you're all heard. I'm going to start. Ready to go at 8:30, okay? Any of you have too much difficulty if we were to start at 8:30? Interpretation, is there anyone that has an issue? Please let me know when you talk about it. Anyone? Yes, sir.
And at 8:30, we'll be getting out earlier, or it's gonna still continue to 5?
We have time to make up. We started late, everything is, and unfortunately,